Good morning. We would like to acknowledge the presence of the Department of Energy and Attached Corporations, headed by Secretary Sharon Garin, USEC Giovanni Bacorbo, USEC Alessandro Sales, USEC Rowena Cristina Guevara, USEC Mario Marasigan, ASEC Augusto Cesar Navarro, from the National Electrification Administration, Administrator Antonio Mariano Almeda, Deputy Administrator Vic Alvaro, Deputy Administrator Rosan Rosero Lee, Deputy Administrator Attorney Omar Mayo, Acting Deputy Administrator Raymond Napilot, from the National Power Corporation, President and CEO Fernando Martin Rojas, Senior Vice President and COO Attorney Melchor Ridulme, Vice President Attorney Rogel Teves, Vice President Rene Baruela, Vice President Crisanto Hilario, OIC Vice President Attorney Manuel Luis Plofino, from the Philippine National Oil Company, President and CEO Maria Cristina Sheila Cabaraban, Senior Vice President Attorney Josephine Cassandra Cui, from the Philippine National Oil Company Exploration Corporation, President Adrian Sugay, Vice President Candido Magsombol, from the Power Sector Assets and Liabilities Management Corporation, President and CEO Dennis Edward de la Serna, Vice President Manuel Marcos Villalon II, from the National Transmission Corporation, President and CEO Fortunato Laines, Vice President Dina Dizon, Vice President Attorney Noel De Leon, Vice President Maria Teresa L. Laranang, from the Energy Regulatory Commission, Chairperson Francis Attornino Juan, Commissioner Florecinda Baldo Digal, Commissioner Marco Romeo Fuentes, Commissioner Amante Liberato, Commissioner Paris Real, and from the Civil Society Organization, Ms. Linar Orbista, Secretary General of Citizen Watch Philippines. We would also like to acknowledge the presence of our honorable House members, Deputy Majority Leader Bong Teves, Deputy Majority Leader Jam Baronda, Deputy Minority Leader Sergio Dagook, Deputy Speaker Christine Singson Mihan, Vice Chair Ferdinand Hernandez, Vice Chair Roger Mercado, Vice Chair Edwin Ongchuan, Vice Chair Jose Alvarez, Representative Presley De Jesus. That's all, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Comsec. So on behalf of our chairperson, Mika Swansing, of the Committee on Appropriations, I would like to welcome the Department of Energy and its attached agencies and ERC. We truly miss you. I miss you, ma'am. Especially our good secretary, Sharon Garin. So on behalf of chairperson, Mika Swansing, I would like to read her message and put it on record. Distinguished officials of the Department of Energy and the Energy Regulatory Commission, honored colleagues and esteemed members of the House Committee on Appropriations, good morning. Today we deliberate on the proposed fiscal year 2026 budget for the Department of Energy, DOE, including its attached corporations and the Energy Regulatory Commission. The DOE is tasked with formulating and implementing strategic energy policies advancing rural electrification and leading our transition toward clean and sustainable energy in line with our climate commitments. The ERC, for its part, exercises regulatory oversight, ensures just and reasonable pricing, and safeguards consumer protection, the critical foundation of a stable and equitable energy sector. For fiscal year 2026, the energy sector under the DOE is allocated 3.8 billion, reflecting a 24.4% increase from the previous year. Key allocations also include 500 million for the total electrification project to achieve full electrification by 2028. 6.4 billion for the National Rural Electrification Program targeting 93,783 households and 1.6 billion for the Missionary Electrification Program to support transmission and distribution projects in the underserved areas. To advance renewable energy and sustainability, 198 million is earmarked for the Renewable Energy Development Program, 526 million for the Energy Efficiency and Conservation Program, and 460 million for the Alternative Fuels and Technologies Program. Our deliberation will center on three priorities: accelerating renewable energy adoption, modernizing our energy grid, and maintaining affordability for vulnerable sectors. We will likewise examine how institutional capacity, price regulation, and consumer protection are embedded within your proposals, ensuring that each allocation drives resilience, innovation, and inclusive growth. In closing, this committee conveys its full support for the proposed fiscal year 2026 budget and looks forward to a clear and comprehensive presentation of the department's strategic direction of the energy sector. Thank you. At this point, we shall now proceed with the presentation of the Department of Energy and the ERC. But before that, I would like to yield the floor to our sponsor, Congressman Denan Hernandez. So, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Congressman Villaparte. Apantibello pala, sorry. Mas maganda lalaki ka pala doon.
Thank you, sir. Pakiulit nga po yung mas magandang.
Before we proceed with the presentation, allow me to extend my heartfelt congratulations to our former colleague, once our Deputy Speaker and now Secretary of Energy. Having worked with her in this chamber, I've witnessed her firsthand diligence, wisdom, and compassion. Her strong track record and steady leadership assures us that the Department of Energy is truly in good hands. I'm confident that the same dedications she showed in Congress will now guide her in steering our nation's energy sector. So this chamber will accord her the courtesy she deserves as one of our own. So you may proceed now.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you. It's my first time to appear here as a secretary, but thank you, and it's good to be back. I have forgotten the traffic coming here, but it's good to be back home for my home for 12 years actually. But I'm back here with the DOE family. I just want to add to the acknowledgement of the people that are present. I would like to acknowledge also that all the bureau directors are here. Can you all stand up para hindi ko na isa-isahin? These are all the bureau directors of the Department of Energy. Complete po sila. So the only person missing is Yusek Fentebella because there's an ongoing green energy auction. So it's one of the most important activities of the department. I think his brother will reprimand him later anyway. DOE as an agency for the past 3 years is one of the highly our budget has been very well utilized. We have the highest utilization rate amounting to 99% back in 2023, and we intend to continue that. We are actually one of the best performers in budget utilization in based on the evaluation of DBM. So just to assure the body that we do ask for what we need and we use what you give us. So we'll start the presentation with our plans and programs and then the budget that we are requesting, and we'll wrap it up with the legislative priorities of the agency. So we'll start with Director Moss of Planning, Sino Cruz of Planning, and then Director Navarro of Finance, and we'll wrap it up after. Thank you very much. Go ahead, please.
Okay, thank you, Secretary Garin. Honorable Micaela Angelica Sonsing, the Chair of the House Committee on Appropriations, members of the committee, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. So allow me to present the Department of Energy's accomplishments, including our proposed fiscal year 2026 budget. Next. So the DOE was created by virtue of Republic Act 7638, which was issued in 1992. And our vision here is to be a globally competitive department, powering up the Filipino communities to create wealth, propel industries, and transform the lives of our countrymen. Our mission, on the other hand, is to formulate and implement policies and programs to ensure sustainable, stable, secure, sufficient, accessible, and reasonably priced energy. So the slide here presents the DOE organizational structure. It also shows the Secretary's role in the attached agencies as well as her committee and board memberships. So the Energy Secretary serves as the chairman of the Philippine National Oil Company, the Philippine National Oil Company Exploration Corporation, the Philippine National Oil Company Renewables Corporation, the National Electrification Administration, the National Biofuels Board, and the Interagency Energy Efficiency and Conservation Committee. The vice chairman role of the secretary is with the National Power Corporation, the Power Sector Assets and Liabilities Management Corporation, and the National Transmission Corporation. Next slide, please. So the plans and programs of the energy sector supports the Philippine Development Plan, which targets an annual economic growth of 6 to 8% from 2024 to 2028. To build a strong foundation for inclusive growth, the government is implementing strategies consistent with the Ambition Natin 2040, which reflects the long-term vision of every Filipino. So these strategies also align with the President's 8-point socioeconomic agenda, particularly focusing on purchasing power or protecting the purchasing power of families and creating more job opportunities for the Filipinos. So guided by these objectives, the DOE also developed an energy agenda aimed at providing access to affordable energy, ensuring a reliable and resilient energy supply, and transitioning to clean, sustainable, and climate-centered energy resources. Next slide, please. Next, please. So, allow me to present the 2024 energy consumption or final energy consumption of the country. When I talk of final energy consumption, we're talking here of the energy consumed both for power and non-power application. In 2024, the country's total final energy consumption increased from 37.1 million tons of oil equivalent in 2023 to 38.9 million tons of oil equivalent in 2024. This is translated to around 5.1% growth in terms of our final energy consumption. So in terms of the unit of measurement that we're using, we are using a single unit of measurement, which is the ton of oil equivalent. So the ton of oil equivalent is actually, if you're going to translate it into barrels, is about 7.33 barrels. So it means that a ton of oil equivalent is around 1,160 liters. Next slide, please. In 2024, the country's total primary energy supply. So these are the energy supply to meet our domestic requirements, the final energy consumption. And as in 2024, our primary energy supply stood at 69 million tons of oil equivalent, and 45% of which came from indigenous or domestic sources, while the remaining was imported energy. As illustrated here, the country continues to utilize a significant amount of fossil fuel, specifically coal, oil, and gas, which accounted for about 70% of our primary supply. Coal still made up the largest portion of the energy supply with a share of 37%. While the aggregate share of renewable energy comprised about or comprise about 30% of the primary energy supply, particularly contributed by geothermal, biomass, and hydro. Next slide, please. So the total installed capacity as of May of this year reached 30,965 megawatts, while the dependable capacity in 2024 was around 2,750 megawatts. Coal power plants remain a major source of power, contributing 42% of the total installed capacity, while the renewable-based power plants accounted for 31%. In terms of power generation in 2024, more than half, or about 62%, was supplied by coal, while the renewables only accounted for 22% of our total power generation. In terms of total electrification program, as of December of 2024, the country's household electrification stood at 94.75%, with 1.5 million households still remain unserved, and there are also 11 microgrid systems providing electricity services to more than 9,000 households in Palawan, Camarines Sur, Cebu, and Davao Occidental. One of the highest impact or high impact programs that will contribute to achieving energy security is transmission development projects. So grid expansion is necessary to accommodate new and sizable renewable energy capacity and connect the demand centers with new sources of supply. Under the current administration, the major transmission interconnection projects completed include the Mindanao Visayas Interconnection Project, completed in January 2024, the Cebu Negros Panay Stage 3 transmission project completed in March of 2024, the Hermosa San Jose transmission project completed in July of 2024, and the Cebu Bohol Interconnection Project Line 1 completed in December of 2024. So in the domestic energy resources, specifically in the upstream sector, there are 14 petroleum service contracts currently being supervised and monitored by the Department of Energy. From July 2022 to June 2022 rather, to June 2025, the country's two producing oil and gas fields generated around 1,300 million barrels of oil, 217 billion cubic feet of gas, and 46 million barrels of associated condensate. So to further develop our indigenous oil, gas, and coal resources, the government is implementing the Philippine Conventional Energy Contracting Round, which is a transparent, competitive licensing for the award of petroleum service contracts as well as the coal operating contracts through what we call predetermined area or the nomination-based application. So from the last contracting round, there were 9 petroleum service contracts that we have already endorsed to the Office of the President, and 2 of which were from the first BARM contracting round. Next slide, please. So the DOE launched the 2024, as I mentioned earlier, the Philippine bid round, specifically in February, and among the offered areas, specifically predetermined areas are for native hydrogen exploration, specifically located in Central Luzon. So correspondingly, these two service contract applications were also processed and endorsed to the Office of the President. Since the enactment of the RE law of 2008, the DOE already awarded a total of more than 1,300 RE projects with 7.05 gigawatt capacity already installed and potential capacity of more than 150 gigawatt. So the DOE is also prioritizing offshore wind development, including the necessary port infrastructure to support it. Also, for the chair's information, the Philippines ranked as the second most attractive emerging market for RE investment based on the Bloomberg NEF's Climate Scope 2024 report. So this is a testament of our efforts for clean and sustainable energy for the country. Next slide, please. So under the biofuels law, it mandates the use of locally produced or sourced biofuels before importing that will be blended with liquid fuels for motors and engines sold in the Philippines. So the current blend being implemented is 3% for biodiesel and 10% for bioethanol. However, the recent National Biofuels Board Resolution number 2025-01 series of 2025 suspended the implementation of the B4 and B5 which will be implemented in 20 this year and for next year the B5, citing the anticipated impact on pump prices and the potential inflationary effects to the country. Next slide, please. The utilization of natural gas as a transition fuel is viewed to support the and complement the variability of renewable energy in the grid. So the passage of RA 12120 or the Philippine Natural Gas Industry Development Act in January of this year aims to increase the share of natural gas in the country's energy mix by promoting it as a safe, efficient, and cost-effective sources of energy. And we issued the corresponding implementing rules and regulation published in April of this year. Next slide, please. So the DOE implements the energy efficiency and conservation as a national way of life for the country, covering the following. The first, the public sector through the what we call Government Energy Management Program, which is aimed at reducing electricity and fuel consumption of government buildings, facilities, including equipment and vehicles. To date, the cumulative savings already reached 33.5 gigawatt hour of electricity and around 0.61 million liters of fuel. We can translate this to around 422 million pesos in savings. So the savings is enough to generate power to more than or to about 2,000 households for a year. In terms of commercial industrial sectors, through the energy efficiency projects carried out by the energy sector company, or what we call the ESCO, and the designated establishments. The ESCO is a private company that offers energy efficiency solutions, including design, implementation, and even financing of energy savings project, with payment often based on the actual energy savings achieved. And through this ESCO and designated establishments, there are energy efficiency projects implemented, which include solar PV deployment, retrofitting of equipment, equipment cooling and lighting, high efficiency motors, and energy audits. To date, these projects yielded around 9 billion in investment, equivalent to 778 gigawatt hour, or around 8.5 billion in savings. So the savings generated through these energy efficiency projects could power more than 200,000 households for a year. With regard to residential sector, through the implementation of the Philippine Energy Labeling Program, this will guide the consumers on the energy efficient appliances, through the more than 15,000 energy labels issued, covering television, refrigerators, aircon, lighting products, washing machine, and electric fan. While the transport sector, through what we call the Vehicle Fuel Economy Labeling Program, as well as the comprehensive roadmap for electric vehicle industry, will also guide the consumers on fuel-efficient vehicles and now cover 63 land transportation vehicles. So the shift to more fuel-efficient vehicles would contribute in the reduction of demand for imported fossil fuels. Okay. In our effort to further decarbonize the transport sector, this would entail reducing our dependence from imported energy. So the passage of the Electric Vehicle Industry Development Act in 2022 sent a clear signal of the government's regulation and development of the electric vehicle industry in the country. And to support the policy, we have formulated the comprehensive roadmap for electric vehicle industry, which intends to accelerate EV adoption. So the roadmap sets a minimum 10% EV share in the vehicle fleet by 2040 under the business as usual scenario, with an ambitious or aggressive target of refleeting 50% of all vehicle fleets in the same year. Next slide, please. On nuclear energy, the Philippine Energy Plan outlines phase entry of the nuclear power. And to sustain the momentum, the Nuclear Energy Program Interagency Committee, or what we call the NEPIAC, has set targets covering legal frameworks, the International Atomic Energy Agency compliance, public acceptance, human resources, and supply chain development, including the regulatory setup even for the bidding and construction of the nuclear power plant. So the DOE sits as the chair of this interagency committee, is now finalizing a department circular on integrating nuclear energy into the Philippine Energy Plan. And we conducted public consultations to ensure transparency and inclusiveness. So the next step, the DOE will undertake the following: the technical workshop on environmental impact assessment for nuclear power plants towards the issuance of specific guidelines for nuclear power plants by next year, release of official nuclear power plant sites, and a comprehensive communication plan within the year, and the private proponent for the nuclear power plant expected application for site clearance from regulator next year. Next slide, please. For the proposed budget, this will be presented by Assistant Secretary Cesar Navarro. Please.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Honorable members of the committee, allow me to present the Department of Energy's proposed budget for 2026, which was already mentioned that it is about 3.8 billion. And of this 3.8 billion, 2.4 billion or 64% is allocated to the agency-specific budget or Fund 151, while 1.4 billion or 36% is allocated to the special account in the general fund, which is Fund 151. It is worthy to note that the 1.4 billion is only 15% of the total 2024 DOE revenues and is still below the 20% allowable budget threshold as per Republic Act 7638. The DOE's budgetary priorities under agency-specific budget, which is Fund 151, is the implementation of all of the agency's major programs, bulk of which are the following: Information System Strategic Plan and Capital Outlay Requirements, increase in manpower complement, and operational requirements of the newly created Nuclear Energy Division. Next slide, please. By funding source, the DOE's proposed 2026 budget for Fund 151, or the special account in the general fund, for locally funded projects in the proposed budget is 36% of the 1.4 billion as proposed. Under the special account in the general fund, priorities for 2026 include the following: Nuclear Energy Development Program, promotion of energy efficiency and conservation, alternative fuels for transport and other purposes, total electrification project, and ISSP and capital outlay requirements for 2026. By allotment class, 51% or 1.9 billion is for maintenance and other operating expenses. Capital outlay accounts for 26% or 982 million pesos, while 20% of or 910 million is for personal services, including retirement and life insurance premiums. The next slide shows the comparative Department of Energy budget from fiscal year 2019 to 2026. This is the historical budget as compared to our proposed 2026 budget. Our 2025 budget is 17.9% higher than the 2024 budget, while our proposed budget for 2026 is about 24.4% or 754 million higher compared to our 2025 budget. As far as budget utilization is concerned, as of for the period 2019 to 2025 June, fiscal year 2023 has the highest utilization rate, as mentioned earlier, with about 99% or 2.331 billion obligated out of the 2.362 billion total budget allotment. In terms of budget utilization rate as of December 31, 2024, the Department of Energy reported 96% or 2.65 billion out of the 2.77 billion was obligated, of which 2.25 billion was disbursed or 85% of the obligated amount was paid. This is further adjusted considering the disbursement for the first half of 2025. Of the total 402 million unpaid obligation in 2024, 176.17 million was disbursed in 2025. The total disbursement accounts for 2024 as adjusted is 2.428 billion pesos or 91.51% of the obligated amount was paid. The actual obligations for 2024 is 2.7 billion, while fiscal year 2025 it is 3.3 billion. As of July, obligations for 2024 amount to 1.08 billion or 40.5%, with a disbursement rate of 68.9 or 743 million. Compared to 2025 July, obligations amount to 1.26 billion pesos or 38.3%, with a disbursement rate of 60.6% or 764 million. We compare now the Department of Energy's revenues versus our approved budget for fiscal years 2020 to 2025. The Department of Energy Special Account in the General Fund was established pursuant to Section 8 of Presidential Decree Number 910. The special account in the General Fund consists of the collection of shares from national wealth in the production of petroleum, coal, geothermal, wind, solar, and hydropower energy resources. It also includes fees and charges collected by the Department of Energy, such as those for permits, certifications, accreditations, processing, fines and penalties, and other service income. Under Section 21 of Republic Act Number 7638 or the Department of Energy Act of 1992, 20% of the outstanding balance of the special fund may be used for expenses necessary for the effective discharge of the powers and functions of the Department of Energy.
Uh,
The next
Mr.
slide
Mr.
shows
Chair, we wanted to show this slide kasi we wanted to show the body that the energy family actually earns
more.
substantial amount for the national treasury. And our budget is only 3 billion or even less than 3 billion. At the height, it was about 15 billion in a year ang collections because of malampaya and other sources. So we are actually positive. No? We earn more than we spend as a department, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ma'am Secretary. The next slide shows the budget utilization per major program. This is a summary of the Department of Energy's 8 major programs, namely the National and Regional Energy Planning Program, Conventional Energy Development Program, Renewable Energy Development Program, Downstream Energy Development Program, Electric Power Industry Development Program, Energy Efficiency and Conservation Program, Alternative Fuels and Technologies Program, and Electric Vehicle Industry Development Program. The chart shows the Department of Energy's budget utilization for these major programs, which is steadily improving from a low of 59.47% in 2023 to consistently above 90% from 2022 onwards, peaking at 98.57 in 2023.
All right. And then the last part, next slide.
Plans and programs.
Yes. So these are the priority legislative agenda. First is the EPIRA amendments, which is the first priority for the energy family is the strengthening of ERC in order to address procedural as well as structural changes for ERC. And should there be time, also the review on the powers of NEA and also of DOE. Then the EPIRA amendments currently are done in several parts. Since it's too comprehensive to do in one go, so we do it in tranches. Amendments to the oil deregulation. One of the most important is to give authority to the President to suspend or reduce excise taxes on fuels in case of emergencies. Biofuels Act is to allow imported blend if domestic supply is expensive, which as of today, it has always been more expensive than imported biofuels. Waste to energy, considering the current issues. And this is more of a national, no, an environmental issue rather than energy, but it's we are also pushing for waste to energy, which has actually passed on third reading in the House of Representatives. Energy Transition Act it's a new proposal from the Department of Energy. It shall include national targets, annual targets, reduction of GHG emissions, and compliance mechanisms. Energy storage bill, which is actually also in the was deliberated already in the House of Representatives in the previous term. It's to accommodate for the new technology on energy storage systems. And then all this, next slide please. This is actually what we present and with our targets for from 2023 to 2050. It's a Philippine Energy Plan at 2023 to 2050. It sets out the country's clean energy transition strategies and underpins the principles of inclusivity, resilience, and sustainability. The push for renewables are with the several scenarios that we have done are designed to be flexible to adapt in a changing energy landscape and advancements in technology. We are working towards increasing renewable energy share in the power generation mix to 35% by 2030 and 50% by 2040. If I don't know if the members can see, but the intent is to have more of renewable, but also more of our indigenous, meaning whether it's gas, geothermal, renewable, yun po yung mga push, and hopefully we can also have nuclear in the next decade. But the objective is to have cleaner but more diversified energy. So yun po yung push ng Department of Energy. And Mr. Chair, there are GOCCs under the Department of Energy, but I would like to inform the body that among many of our GOCCs, marami pong bago lang na appoint. That would be Adrian from the PNOC-EC, Ma'am Sheila from PNOC Mother, and also our brother from ERC also was just got appointed. So they're still they have studied their budgets, but this is a consideration. Hopefully that the House can take note kasi kakakuha lang nila ng budget nila. But thank you, Mr. Chair, and I don't know if we continue with the other GOCCs or ask questions now.
We'll just proceed with ERC and then we'll start the question and answer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and honorable members of the committee. I am Francis Attornino Juan, Chair of the Energy Regulatory Commission, and with me are the three of the four commissioners, Commissioner Paris Rial, and Commissioner Marco Fuentes, and Commissioner Florecinda Digal. Unfortunately, Commissioner Liberato Amante could not make it as he is indisposed. So, first slide, please. The ERC is a creation of IPIRA. It was created under Section 38 of IPIRA. It is a collegial body composed of 5 members. As an administrative body, we are vested with quasi-judicial and quasi-legislative authorities. And as the power sector industry regulator, we have investigative and enforcement powers over all industry participants. Next slide, please.
Excuse me, can you check your mic, please?
The ERC exists to serve all electricity consumers. Wala pa. Okay. The ERC exists to serve all electricity consumers, whether the contestable or the captive markets of the distribution utilities. And we exist to protect their interests. So when we look at the different power industry sectors, namely the generation, transmission, distribution, and supply, promotion of consumer welfare remains our priority. Next slide, please. So at a glance, we can see here the entire power industry in terms of numbers. We have 257 generation companies owning or operating around 633 generating facilities for a total equivalent of 31,492 megawatts installed capacity. We have also in generation around 520 WESM participants or the wholesale electricity spot market, 437 of which are direct WESM members. For transmission, we have one transmission concessionaire, the National Grid Corporation of the Philippines. And for distribution utilities, we regulate 142 of them, 121 of which are electric cooperatives and 21 are privately owned distribution utilities. For the supply, we have 151 licensed retail suppliers serving our contestable markets throughout the country. In terms of value of the power industry that we regulate or oversee, it is estimated at around 20 to 31 trillion. 4.13 trillion, but for there to be a realization of the clean energy scenario under the Philippine Energy Plan, it is estimated that a total of 20 to 31 trillion of investments would be needed, which investments, once realized, would actually create 1.4 to 1.8 million jobs for Filipinos. Next slide, please. For ERC accomplishments for the period from January 2024 to June 2025, we have issued a total of 2,411 decisions and orders on various cases filed or pending before ERC, including those that were initiated by the ERC motu proprio. And among the cases that were decided are power supply agreement applications between distribution utilities and generation companies. 71 decisions or orders were issued in these applications. We have also decided on various capital expenditure applications of distribution utilities to enable them to undertake all these projects. 31 of them in total over this same period. Then the ERC was able to finally conduct and finish the rate reset of the National Grid Corporation of the Philippines. That is for the fourth regulatory period of NGCP. ERC likewise approved several point-to-point applications of generation companies to enable them to construct transmission lines to connect their various generating facilities to the grid. Likewise, the ERC has acted on ancillary services agreement, procurement agreement applications of NGCP for the ancillary services that it was able to procure. Aside from the cases that required the exercise by ERC of its quasi-judicial authority, the ERC also was able to issue important rules that will govern its regulation of the power industry. Among such rules are the Omnibus Rules on Customer Choice Program. The Omnibus Rules also expands the implementation of the Retail Aggregation Program under the supply sector. So there is now allowed the aggregation of demand for the rest or the suppliers to be able to serve or to cater to their requirements. Then the ERC also participated in, of course, the setting of the green energy auction reserve price, and also came out with guidelines or the rules for the setting of the JEA allowance or the green energy auction allowance that will actually fund or ensure the full payment to the JEA participants of their offered prices. Next slide, please. So for the major thrusts of the ERC for the remainder of the year and for the whole of 2026, we have identified these 5 priorities. 1, fair and evidence-based rate setting. 2, timely resolution of pending cases. 3, robust oversight to foster competition. 4, a stable and enhanced regulatory environment to attract investments. And 5, proactive and consumer-focused leadership. For a fair and evidence-based rate setting, we will review and enforce compliance by the distribution utilities with their least cost supply obligation under Section 23 of the IPIRA. So this we will do through a review of the power supply agreements that they entered into after the conduct of competitive selection process. Then we will finally restart and complete the regulatory reset proceedings for the various regulated entities, particularly the private distribution utilities that have not been undertaken for several years already. Then we will set the gear prices to enable the JEA program to move forward, and this will include the setting of the gear reserve for the offshore wind and other technologies that may be tapped in the future. Then we will also revisit the regulatory framework that we have right now for off-grid areas to be able to manage the various issues that we have encountered, among them the issues on implementation of the true cost generation, the subsidized generation rates in the off-grid, as well as the impact of this on the universal charge for missionary electrification. A second thrust, of course, would be the timely resolution of pending cases. This has long been a complaint or an observation on the processes of ERC. But this time, we are resolute in committing that we will be strictly complying with the timelines and mandates imposed on us on the speedy resolution of pending applications under the EVOS and the Ease of Doing Business Act. And also, as for the pending, we will resolve and we will commit to resolve this in the shortest possible time so we can provide relief to all our stakeholders. This we will do by streamlining our pre-filing, our hearing, and our own internal processes in the review and decision-making for these various applications pending with us. 3, for robust oversight to foster competition, we will support any initiative and participate vigorously in the review of the market rules and compliance by market participants to their obligations under these rules. Included, of course, in this review of the market rules are the support that would be needed of us, particularly in the approval of market transaction fees that may be needed. Should there be need for capital expenditures that will be needed by the market operator to be able to implement any changes in these rules. And fourth, we have to create a stable and enhanced regulatory environment to be able to attract investments in the power sector. I mentioned that we will be issuing timely decisions in applications pending and filed before us. But also, I wish to emphasize this, that we will come up with reasonable approvals or decisions on these rate cases, the distribution utilities reset, or the EC's reset applications with us, including those of NGCP. Then we will come up with timely and reasonable approvals for all PSA and ASPA cases filed before us, CAPEX applications by NGCP and the distribution utilities, point-to-point of generation companies, the COC applications, the POW applications of generation companies, RES licenses applied with us by the retail electricity suppliers, the gear reserve price, the setting of the gear reserve prices, the FIT, and the JEA allowances. We will commit to come up with timely and reasonable approvals or commission action on these applications. Of course, for us to be able to do this, we will also push for amendments on EPIRA to ensure that our organization is equipped to handle all this work and commitment. Then finally, we shall have a proactive and consumer-focused leadership for the power industry, and under this be the promotion of the expansion of the Lifeline program for our marginalized and the discounts for our senior citizens. Then we will undertake an amendment or review of the Magna Carta for residential electricity consumers, and some other rules to ensure consumer protection, including the lowering of the ARCOA threshold, or the contestability down from 500 kilowatt to 100 kilowatt if that is already feasible under the circumstances. The next slide, please. For our budget, this is the comparative for fiscal years 2024, 25, 26. As you can see, our budget has been stable and hovering at around 900 plus million only. Our proposed 2026 budget is in fact a slight reduction from our 2025 approved budget, owing to a slight reduction in personnel services from 351,444 to 343,122. So there is a slight reduction in personnel services. For our MOOE, it's almost identical with the previous year's approved budget. And for capital outlay, from 49 million down to 32 million. Next slide is for the overall utilization rate as of June. As of June, we have our current is of 62 is from 2023 utilization rate of 62%. We were able to improve it slightly to 65.2% in 2024. And then for our target and actual revenues, we wish to emphasize also here that we are generating revenues for the government. Our revenues are sourced from the permit fees and the regulatory and supervision fees that we assessed our regulated entities. For 20 per audited financial statements, our earned revenues and actual collections for 2024 was 1.7 billion, higher than our allocation for 2024 of 911 million. So there is always a surplus as far as our approved budget is concerned compared with the revenues and actual collections that we remit to the National Treasury. And for 2025, our forecast is for us to be able to earn again more than 1 billion. And if we are able to realize this come September, because the assessment for the supervision and regulatory fees is done every September. So by end of the year, we shall have actually hit 1 billion, the 1 billion mark or higher. So that will again show surplus for our earnings. So that will be all, Mr. Chair and honorable members of the committee. Thank you.
Thank you. The committee invites questions from members, particularly on the utilization of the previous budget and the proposed allocation for fiscal year 2026. As part of the House commitment to a greater transparency in the budget process, and in line with the current leadership initiatives in the Committee on Appropriation to foster a more participatory budget process, we shall read questions submitted by the civil society organizations after all members have propounded their questions to the agency. Secretary Sharon Garin and Chairperson Francis Saturnino Juan, together with their respective teams, are requested to provide the necessary clarifications and to respond directly to the issues at hand to ensure that this committee and the public following this proceeding are fully informed and anticipated impact on the proposed budget of the Department of Energy and its attached corporation, as well as the Energy Regulatory Commission. May I remind our distinguished colleagues that each member is allotted 5 minutes for questioning or interpellation, excluding the responses of the resource persons. When you hear the first bell, it indicates that you have 30 seconds left to conclude your questions. The second bell signifies the lapse of your allotted time. In accordance with the long-standing and respected tradition of the House of Representatives, to accord preferential treatment to the minority members, I recognize Deputy Minority Leader Sergio Dagoc. Since he's currently indisposable, so I'd like to recognize the senior and very passionate legislator, Vice Chair Rufus Rodriguez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning to everyone. And in accordance with the long-held tradition, the former colleague who is appointed as Secretary of a Department of Government, as you have done to Secretary Angara, Secretary Conrad Estrella, Secretary Gibo Chidoro, I move that we dispense and terminate the budget of the DOE Office of the Secretary. So move, Madam Chair.
Second, Mr. Chair.
There's a motion and seconded. Carried.
Mr. Chair, I move to suspend the letter.
Mr. Chair, is that only in the part of the majority or part also of the minority?
I give the floor to Deputy Minority Sergio Dagoc.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Magandang umaga po sa lahat, lalo na sa pinaka-favorito ko na sekretary, sa lahat ng sekretary sa different branch of government and the executive. In the entirety, I would like to manifest my full support to the budget of the energy family, no? Kasi we are part of it. Mayroon lang akong mga proposals, recommendations, not questions, na pwedeng i-commit not directly to the department but to the attached agencies. Kasi this has an effect and great impact to the electricity end users. Sa energy kasi kailangan balansehin natin yung interest ng consumers, halimbawa at sa lahat ng sektor, generation, transmission at distribution. Otherwise, ang pinakamahal po na kuryente ay yung walang kuryente. So, kaya yan po yung nakaata sa balikat ni bagong chair natin. Puro kasi sila mga bago. So, napaka-unfair naman kung damihan natin ng tanong, bagong sekretary, bagong ERC chair. So, kaya ang gagawin ko more on recommendations. On the part of ERC, Mr. Chair, baka pwede nating masuri yung bago nating nilabas na circular, yung customer choice. Maganda po yon. At there is a legal basis kasi nasa IPERA po yon. Kaya lang po, baka pwede nating balansehin yung interest, no, mga commissioners nung nag-aggregate at saka yung matitira na walang kakayahang mag-aggregate na mga maliliit. Kasi alam natin ang resulta niyan is stranded contract cost. So kung yung lumipat po ay 20 mega sa isang distribution utility, yung lumipat po sa maliliit na utility na 15 mega lang, pero naabot niya yung threshold na 500 ang purpose nga natin hanggang residential level. Eh what if ang matitira na lang doon sa isang distribution utility na may kontrata na 15 mega, na ikontrata na niya yun for 15 years, may remaining pa na 10 years halimbawa, tapos lumipat na ngayon yung 8 mega. So yung kakarampot na matitira, alam na ng mga commissioners anong mangyari doon sa generation cost nila. Kasi babayaran pa nila yung remaining term of the contract. Baka magdoble, magtriple yung generation cost nila. At ang sisisihin na naman, yung distribution utility, babatuhin na naman yung opisina, susunugin yung mga poste. When in fact, nasa batas po yun. I am not blaming ERC because you are only implementing the provision of the law. Pero sa sinasabi ko sa umpisa, baka pwede nating balansihin na while implementing the law, walang masasaktan. So this is also the case of Siargao na halimbawa yung submarine cable namin na-condone yun nung IPERA, Section 60, dahil tiningnan ng mga mambabatas natin nung binalangkas yung IPERA. Pag binayaran yun ng taga Siargao yung 190 million, ay baka abuti ng 18 pesos per kilowatt hour. But here we are, biglang lumaki yung load. Kaya humingi ako ng tulong sa Department of Energy kay Sharon na matulungan na yung bagong submarine cable ngayon ma-minimize yung impact dahil we are forced to the wall na mag-install ng bagong submarine cable dahil doon sa tourism industry natin, sa tourism sector ang pinangalagaan natin. So alam ko naman na tutulungan ako. May pundo naman diyan na ano natin noong 2011 pa nung nagka-Mindanao power supply shortage. So pangalawa po, yung ating wholesale electricity market rules na matagal ko na pong inaapila sa Department of Energy na ma-review, particularly yung line rental provision. Tinatamaan yung Region 6, tinatamaan yung Region 8. Ngayon, pati na Mindanao, dahil natuwa tayo na interconnect yung Visayas and Mindanao, ang nangyari, kasama na ngayon yung Mindanao sa yellow alert dahil yung yung ano namin, yung mga standby genset namin na backup sana noon, no? Binibinta na ngayon sa Visayas. So kaya dahil isa na yung grid natin, interconnected na. Pati yung Mindanao kasama na. Gumastos pa tayo sa interconnection, nagbabayad tayong lahat. Pagkatapos, kasama na tayo sa yellow alert. I am not saying na masama po yun kasi kailangan din nating buhayin yung mga may-ari ng planta na nakatingga doon sa Mindanao at hindi maibinta. Naintindihan ko po yun. 41 years na po ako sa industry na ito. Dito na po ako tumanda. Kaya lang ang sinasabi ko, baka pwedeng balansehin. In the case of that particular term na ginagamit, line rental, nagre-renta yung taga Iloilo, taga Panay, dahil yung kontrata nila sa Mindanao hindi makatawid dahil nasira yung submarine cable. So, bakit ka magrenta? Hindi na nga nakatawid yung kontrata mo sa Mindanao, hindi nakatawid dahil sira yung cable. Bakit magrenta ka pa ng magbayad ka pa? So, baka naman pwedeng baguhin natin yung terminology kasi generation talaga yon. I'm not saying na tanggalin yung bayad. Ang sinasabi ko lang, nakakalito po na line rental yung terminology. So, in the proper forum, marami po akong recommendation. Mag-second round ako kasi may mga itatanong pa po ako sa Napocor, sa ISPAG. At sa yan yung mga preliminaries ko lang muna. Kahit in the proper forum, isa-submit ko po sa different agencies yung more on recommendations po yung sa tingin ko because kami yung nasa baba, nasa laylayan. Kami po yung nag-implement lahat ng batas, lahat ng ERC orders, lahat ng DOE circulars. Kami po yung nag-implement. Kaya may karapatan po ako na mag-recommend kasi yan po yung epekto doon sa baba. Alam ko naman po, marami pa po tayong magawang paraan na ma-implement yung batas, balanse doon sa epekto. Thank you. Mr. Chair, mag-second round ako.
Thank you, Deputy Minority Leader. I'd like to recognize Representative from the minority, Presley De Jesus.
Madam Chair, Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
under the list after the minority is the majority. And in fact, I have a pending motion, so you cannot be able to disregard the majority after one minority. Point of order.
Hindi. Gusto niya yan. Ako pa eh. Ako pa. Like, I did not. Yeah. Medyo na-cut short yata yung ating first majority. So, I'd recognize again Vice Chair Rufus Rodriguez.
Chairman, for accepting that point of order. And again, I would like to reiterate my motion that we dispense with the office of the Secretary for the DOE, and we'll discuss the others. So move.
On the part of the majority, there's a motion to approve and terminate the budget for the office of the Secretary of DOE.
I object, Mr. Chairman. I have questions to the Department of Energy as well as the attached agencies.
There's an objection. Isa lang sila. 1 minute suspension, please.
Mr. Chair, Mr.
Hearing
Chair,
resume. Uh, there is a motion to terminate the budget of the Office of the Secretary of DOE, seconded, and previously there was a objection from the minority, but I think the
He agreed to continue.
I think the objection is now withdraw. The objection is withdrawn, and the budget for the office of the secretary is hereby
terminated.
Budget.
no. The budget hearing for the office of the secretary is hereby
Terminated.
terminated.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can I proceed now for my interpellation?
Mr. Chair, before Congress will start its interpellation, may I manifest on the part of the power block? We also agree that the office, the minority, the office of the secretary alone, we join the majority.
Again, I was interrupted. Ano, hindi.
So you may proceed.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On the part of minority, especially the power block, we join the manifestation or the motion of Congress to terminate the interpolation as far as the budget of the Department of Energy alone, the Secretary's office. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Noted. Thank you. Please, Congressman Rufus Rodriguez, please proceed.
Thank you, and let me acknowledge the former President of the Republic of the Philippines, Gloria Macapagal-Arroyo. Thank you for seconding my motion. Pakpakan natin ang Vice President. Just two questions, Mr. Chairman. First, to my favorite, outstanding National Electrification Administration Administrator, Nani Almeida, my good friend. You propose, Mr. Almeida, that your proposal is to have a city electrification projects, SEP, of 11 billion for 2026. How much was given?
Mr. Chair, permission to respond, please.
Right, good.
For the sitio electrification, we are given in the net the amount of 5 billion for 2026. And if I may add, Mr. Chair, based on the 5-year program that we have formulated since the announcement of the President during his SONA in 2023, for us to achieve 100% electrification on the franchise areas of the electric cooperatives, we are in need of around 69 billion. And we are already given, I think, more or less 7.5 billion since 2023. So that leaves us the amount of 61 billion to still raise. However, the Secretary of Energy has been working hard to seek support from the national government. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Let me state that in your presentation, you asked for 11 billion, but only 3 billion was given. Can we ask the Secretary if we can help our get the additional at least 5 billion?
Yes,
Because electrification cannot wait. Our people, especially Mindanao, the lowest city electrification is found in the island paradise of Mindanao. A land always of unfulfilled promise. Let us promise. Let us not fulfill that promise. Thank you for committing to get additional 5 billion for Mindanao and the entire country.
Mr. Chair, if I may add, rest assured, Congressman Rodriguez, that NEA is prioritizing the island of Mindanao. And since we are very much aware that the island of Mindanao has a very low electrification rate. Thank you.
Next question, how about your barangay line enhancement program? What? How much did you ask and how much was given for 2026?
Regarding the barangay line enhancement, exact figures, Mr. Chair. For the barangay line enhancement, the proposed was 1.188 billion. We are given 245 million, Mr. Chair.
Once again, so far from what is requested, the barangays cannot wait as the CTUs cannot also wait. So, Madam Secretary, can you also help add another billion to barangay line enhancement?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. So with that, are you happy, Administrator Nani Almeida?
Well, we are just pushing and we're just working whatever is given to us, and we want to deliver 100%. We are committed to deliver 100% electrification if the support will be available.
Because we thank you on behalf of Mindanao and Cagayan de Oro and Misamis Oriental. You have been doing a very excellent job. My next question will be on the ERC, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
ERC, Mr. Chairman, to Mr. Juan.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair.
Permission of the Chair.
Go ahead.
I'd like to congratulate, of course, Nino Juan, who is by affinity a Cagayanon. Congratulations for appointment. And now, are you happy with your budget? Or you are going to ask for more?
If we can be given more, Mr. Chair.
That's the right answer. How much more?
Well, honestly, I'm not prepared for that. But if we can be given a percentage of the use of our revenues, percentage, even just a small one, so we can beef up the competence of our staff and hire more technical personnel with experience to handle the volume of work that is on our table, Mr. Chair.
Excuse you're new. Kindly submit what you have stated and how much to be able to present. We have here our very competent vice chairpersons presiding now, and with the president with us, President GMA, we are sure to be able to increase. We need electricity, energy in our country, and so, Madam Chair, I would ask the recognition of the Honorable Secretary Sharon Garin.
Mr. Chair, just to clarify, the additional that we are trying to get for NEA will not come from the current proposal, Mr. Chair, because we actually do deliver income for the national government, whether it's through Malampaya funds or even privatization of PISAM. So hopefully we will be allowed to use that for electrification, but not from the current proposal, Mr. Chair.
So where will you get the money for additional 5 billion?
We're not asking for additional. We'll try to find it ourselves, Mr. Chair.
Let us ask for additional. This is the power of the purse. And we decide here how much should be given and how much should be reduced. Flood control should be reduced. And let's give energy to our people. We cannot accept that you are going to use other funds. Let us have our own general fund. Madam Chair, Mr. Chairman, di ba? Tama?
Yes, sir. We leave it to the wisdom of the...
Yeah, so we will make sure. Okay. So now I would like to ask who else would like to be asked for increase. Because I have time pa eh. Raise your hand. And I'm just kidding, Madam Chair, but we're really happy that, Mr. Chairman, that we have able to terminate the budget of the DOE and, of course, the increase of budget of the NEA and then the ERC. And therefore, may I manifest that in the proper time, this representation will move not only for the increase of the present NEP budgets, but for the increase of the budgets of all the DOE Secretary and the attached agencies. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Vice Chair Rufus Rodriguez. I now recognize Rep. Representative Presley Jesus.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No, before I proceed with my interpolation, the energy family is very close to us, being represented by the electric cooperatives. And the only president who made an secretary level, I remember that vividly, the presidential advisor on rural electrification, Madam Gloria Macapagal Arroyo. Siya po ang Father Silva was appointed by the former president. So, very close po sa amin, sa puso namin si Ma'am and my kabalet, no? Thank you po, palapakan natin si Ma'am because she recognized the electric cooperatives is kasama po sa pagunlad, especially sa ating countryside. Again, I also remember Kong Sharon, Mr. Chair, that she's our mentor, the power block mentor natin, Sharon, no? Especially during the bill that was passed now sa law, the Republic Act 1165 na, which is the Public Service Act. Talagang nilapitan niya kami ng power block kami to make sure that the electric cooperatives and the distribution utilities kailangan maprotektahan. For that, Kong Sharon, that's why I always call you the Sharon Garin, the good one. Ikaw yon, ha? That's why. The bad one. I don't know, the good one. Siya, ha? The good one. So, thank you very much. So, I will not dwell any more questions to you. Siguro, no? Again, he was mentioned kanina, the flood control, no? It's true, Mr. Chair, no? That the energy family, especially the ERC, laging kulang tayo budget every year. Congressman Dogok and I, we keep on pushing to put more money on the budget of ERC, because when you look at the cabinet secretaries, no, the departments, ang pinakamababa talaga is the DOE. Karami lang MOE lang sa inyo. But this time with the pronouncement and the strong recommendation of Kong Rufus Rodriguez, I hope madagdagan ang budget nyo, no? Again, I have one question kasi na-mention na rin yung flood control, no? Totoo naman yan, medyo tinatamaan tayo, especially us, the congressman, kahit na wala tayong kinalaman. Again, when I was listening yesterday at the Senate Blue Ribbon Committee, no less than Senator Marcoleta and I think Senator Lacson, no, mentioned that the member of the PICAB, also a general manager of electric cooperatives. Kaya maraming nag-text sa akin if I can ask this question. Sa NESU, sa DOE, ano bang gagawin natin dito? Na-mention kasi lahat tumatawag sa akin. Baka daw sabihin na naman na, eto na naman mga electric cooperatives, hindi sila marunong. Remember, being a contractor and PICAB is a conflict of interest. At the same time, being a general manager, kailangan full-time to. So I just wanna ask, ano ba ang sitwasyon? Kung aware po ba ang DOE family, not especially NEA, when it comes to this situation na nangyari?
Administrator Almeida, please.
Mr. Chair, I am fully aware of the situation of Ernie Bagaw, the Iselco 2 General Manager. Just a brief background. Ernie Bagaw was the former president of Iselco 2, and he applied for the position of General Manager 2 years ago. It was further disclosed that he is an owner of a construction company, of which he was doing that business for over 30 years. And it was also disclosed during his application that he was a member of the PICAB, being an independent director representing the Contractors Association. Now, I remember during his final interview, and I asked him, what are you doing here in Iselco 2? And it is a thankless job. And I remember the answer, that the reply that he gave me was that he was trying to give back to his hometown in Isabela, no? Right after the pronouncement of the president during his press conference, and I saw his name there, I immediately called him and asked him, are you the one in the E.G. Bagaw construction? Yes, admin, I am the owner of that E.G. Bagaw. So the first thing I asked him, are you involved in any ghost project? And his reply to me was he does not have any ghost project. He admitted to me that he is a contractor of the DPWH regarding regarding flood control, and the reason why he is all over the country because he has this special equipment that the DPWH is using to further complete the projects. So with his status as a general manager, I think he was processed accordingly, according to the qualifications imposed by Republic Act 10531. He underwent the screening and selection process, and as we speak right now, I don't have any cause yet to ask him to leave or file any form of resignation, not unless there would be any court decision finding him guilty of something that would render his continuing qualification to be invalidated. That's all, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. At least now it was already clear out, what really transpired. Thank you. And for the ERC, again, every year, every budget, no, ang budget nyo lagi mababa. So, siguro this year, I hope with the pronouncement and the manifestation of our fellow Congressman Kong Grupos, madadagdagan ang budget nyo. And also for PISAM, no? So, thank you very much, PISAM, Pres de la Serna. Every time na the electric cooperatives is asking for additional kanilang mga load nila, you're always there. So, I salute you for accommodating them. Remember, the electric cooperatives are non-stock, non-profit. So, they need badly ang inyong murang kuryente. Again, supply ng inyong kuryente. No? For that, I salute you. And anything we can do, we're always here with Congressman Dagok, and I will support you. And for just short manifestation, Mr. Chair, if you allow me, this is for ERC, no?
Go ahead.
I would like to manifest that we wish to support any measures that can help improve the efficiency of the ERC in carrying out its mandate. Every year, as we deliberate on ERC's budget, we highlight the challenge it faces in overseeing and regulating a highly complex industry with hundreds, if not thousands, of players. Each Congress, we pass new energy-related laws. It is ERC that takes on the heavy responsibility of implementing and enforcing them, often without matching resources. This mismatch between mandate and capacity cannot continue if we truly want ERC to be an effective watchdog. We must also capacitate it both financially and technically to keep pace with its growing regulatory burden. Again, Mr. Chair, I also support the NEA. I support the NEA for the total electrification program nila ngayon na dapat talaga by 2028. Since Congressman Dagok and I, Mr. Chair, we entered the House of Congress, we've been lobbying for to make sure that at the end of the term of 2028, no less than our President, sana lahat na ay mapailawan na. But I know it's impossible, but make sure that the NEA is doing their best na makuryente lahat. Again, Secretary Sharon, thank you very much for all those 3 years that you gave to us, no? Being our mentor. Again, I salute you, the good one. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
The chair now will recognize Vice Chair Sancho Uminal.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I would first like to congratulate our new secretary, Secretary Sharon Garin, for running the department very well. I just have some few concerns with the National Electrification Agency. Mr. Chair, as I was listening to my neighbor, the great Congressman Rufus Rodriguez, parang nainggit po ako na sinabi niya he is congratulating NEA for a job well done in Cagayan de Oro. Kasi unfortunately, and however, sa amin po, we cannot feel the same as there are a lot of problems with our local electric cooperative. For the past 10 years, our members and consumers have been paying more than our neighbors because yung electric cooperative po natin, nag-oversubscribe po siya by more than 10 megawatts per month. And last time I checked, it was around 12 million pesos per month na paid but unused energy distributed to the consumers. The contract ended in 2024, and we were really expecting and excited that the prices will significantly reduce. However, even with the expiry of the contract and the nawala na po yung oversubscription, the price of electricity in our province still remains high. And I am hopeful, I'm hoping that the NEA could do something, being the agency that supervises all the electric cooperatives, Mr. Chair. Kasi honestly speaking po, we believe that the problem is within the local leadership of the electric cooperative. So, aside from the high cost of electricity, andun din po yung issues with fluctuating current and brownouts, Mr. Chair. So, sana po I would we can get a comment from our good NEA administrator, Mr. Chair, on the issues within our province. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I believe the rate setting is under the mandate of the ERC. I think NEA is there to assist the cooperative on its contracts entered into to its generation companies. But rate setting is, I don't want to step on the mandate of ERC. But Kong, this is my personal commitment to you. I know that Moelsi 2 is a bit poor in its services regarding reliability, and I will go there myself to check on the conditions of the distribution infrastructure, and I will make sure that you will be in the list of my priority on the barangay line enhancement, at least to operate your distribution infrastructure. And I hope you can go with me when I am visiting Moelsi 2, so I can have two facets or two sources of perspective, one from the co-op and one from the provincial or local government. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and we would warmly welcome you in our province, Administrator Almeida, and it would be a good opportunity for you as well to hear the sentiments of some of our members and even employees of the electric cooperative. Kasi meron pong issues before, although now medyo konti na lang, na merong mga hindi rin nagbabayad na hindi pinuputulan. You know? So, if you recall the history of our province, Misamis Occidental, Ozami City, meron po kaming mafia din dati. No? So, thank you for that commitment, Mr. Chair, the Administrator Almeida, sir. And we hope that before this year ends, we can anticipate your arrival in Misamis Occidental. And Mr. Chair, considering my concerns about the rates, can we also hear the comment of the ERC? Kasi Mr. Chair, it has become a great disappointment to the people that after the expiry of the oversubscribed contract, or oversubscribed power rather, there was no significant reduction in the per kilowatt hour rate of electricity in Misamis Occidental, particularly in Moelsi 2, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I'm looking now at the generation sources of Moelsi 2 to verify the level of contracted capacity that it has currently. And based on this matrix that is in front of me, actually it is getting around 26-27% already from WESM. So it relies on WESM for a good part, a quarter of its total requirement now. So maybe perhaps this is as a result of the termination or expiration of one of the PSAs that it may have earlier executed. With that as it may, we will look into the other contracted kabilateral ni MOLC2 to determine if there is need for us to encourage it to contract additional, and also to be able for it to be able to reduce its offtake from the wholesale electricity spot market, which at times can be volatile, and it can mean that it would have a more expensive source for its balance or its spot purchases. For the the service of WLC2, it may be directly impacted by the fact that the electric cooperatives on grid have not had any rate adjustment for several years already, for more than a decade, and ERC is prioritizing the reset now of the distribution utilities rates, including all the electric cooperatives. So we will be able to appropriately set its rates so that it can upgrade and also improve the level of its services. For other projects that would require approval by ERC of capital expenditures, because there may be also some pending applications of MELC2 for approval of its capital expenditure projects. We will, if there are any, we will look at it and have disposition of these cases ASAP, so that MELC2 can immediately undertake these CAPEX projects to improve the reliability and the quality of its service to its member consumers, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, I thank the ERC for their response, but I do hope that the review of our rates can be done urgently, considering that there was a significant reduction already in the monthly amortization of MELC2, and that is approximately 12 million pesos per month. So yung binabayaran po ng cooperative, bumaba na po ng 12 million pesos. So, with that reduction, for the past 10 years, that amount has been distributed to all the consumers and members of the cooperative. So, with that reduction, and that amount represents payment for over-contracted power, Mr. Chair. No? Excess power talaga siya. So, ngayon na hindi na pinarenew yung contract because we do not need that excess power. That represents around 25% of the total contracted power of MELC2 in the last 10 years. So, with that end of contract and with that end of the 12 million monthly payment to that certain supplier, yung expectation po namin and yung hope is that bababa talaga yung per kilowatt hour rate of the cooperative. No, so sana po ERC can review it immediately, review their costings, because I believe it is in your power, Mr. Chair, no, to review the cost, the items that they have charged and forwarded to the consumers, and kung ano po yung pwedeng tanggalin, ano po yung hindi necessary, kasi it's a cooperative, it's not a private company. So that we can feel that relief from the burden of paying the oversubscribed power for the last 10 years. So, maraming salamat, Mr. Chair. And I hope the ARC can join our good administrator in visiting our province. And with regards to that, capital outlay, the procurement of, I think it's equipment, yung may pending request with ERC right now is yung sa Muelsi 1, po, Mr. Chair, which is the district beside me, but it is within our province. Maraming salamat po, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. The chair now will recognize Deputy Minority Leader Percy Sandanya.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Magandang umaga po sa ating lahat. And many of us were saying congratulations to the good secretary, but I would like to say congratulations to the Department of Energy for having the good secretary. Magandang umaga po, Secretary Garin. Madalas po nakakwento ng mga kasama natin sa power block, yung mga bayani natin dito sa ating pong electrification, lalong-lalo na sa rural electrification, mula sa mga linesmen hanggang yung mga nagjo-duty kapag may bumabagyo at sumasalid doon sa task force kapatid ng NEA. Sila po yung maituturing natin na mga bayani talaga sa ating pong efforts to bring power and electricity doon po sa ating mga kanayunan. Nakalulungkot lang pong isipin na while we are recognizing the efforts of these heroes, parang hindi po na-uphold ang labor rights ng ating mga manggagawa dito po sa ilan sa ating pong mga co-ops. At ang nakikita po nating dahilan ay ang NEA. So ipinabot po ng mga kasama nating manggagawa mula sa National Union of Workers in the Power Industry of Power na hindi pa rin nire-release ng NEA ang collective bargaining agreements na ating mga manggagawa kahit na nag-usap na, nag-agree na yung co-op at saka po yung ating mga labor unions. So ito po ngayon ay naipit o iniipit sa level ng NEA. I'm talking specifically about the CBA of the following: Akelco, Maselco, Fiselco, Casoreco 1, Samuelco 2, Samelco 2 at Tarelco 2. Since 2023 po, Mr. Chair, ay sumusulat na ang power, yung pong union ng ating pong mga manggagawa sa NEA upang tutukan ang nasabing issue, ngunit hanggang sa ngayon, wala po silang natatanggap na tugon. Ang tawag po ng mga bagets dyan na Simpson. Ang tawag naman po ng mga Becky, Dinedma. Kaya po ang tanong, bakit po tila hinaharang yung pagpapatupad ng CBA kahit na 2023 pa? Wala ba tayong nakikitang violation ng labor code dito sa nangyayaring ito, Mr. Chair?
Go ahead.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I am very much aware of what Congressman Sendanya is saying. Sir, I just had a dialogue with Power Centro recently, and we are now working together on how to come up with a solution to this. NEA being having the mandate to supervise and monitor electric cooperatives, we found out that there were provisions in the collective bargaining agreement that would topple down the operations of the electric co-op if granted. So I immediately called on them to sit down with them and pag-usapan natin ito, and the instructions of the Secretary of the Department of Labor and Employment, Secretary Laguesma, I consulted him on this. Okay, we will respect what is already signed CBA, but we can renegotiate for the manner of release and the time of release that it will not affect the cash operating budget and the very existence of the cooperative. So in line with that, I also work with DOLE to train the directors of the electric cooperatives on how to negotiate a CBA. And coming from the principle that what we don't have, we cannot give. So we are trying to do trainings on both officers of the labor unions and of the directors of the electric cooperatives for them to have for them to have an inclusive capacity on how to come up with a workable CBA. And not to mention that there are instances where the directors themselves use the labor union to secure benefits that are not supposed to be given to them, tucked in the CBA, and we discovered that. And we are now trying to file charges against these directors for usurping the privileges. CBA is only for the rank and file employees and not for the managers, supervisors, and especially the board of directors. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to our Administrator of NEA, Administrator Almeda. Marami pong salamat. And thank you for your vigilance. Doon po sa nasilip nyo na mayroon palang mga sumasakay na mga direktor doon po sa CBA ng ating mga manggagawa. So as a way of ending, Mr. Chair, as I understand, malapit na po tayong kumalam ang sikmura. I just like to reiterate our appeal to NEA na sana po sa lalong madaling panahon, ma-release agad ang CBA ng Akelco, Maselco, Fiselco, Casoreco 1, Samelco 2 at Tarelco 2. At inaasahan po natin na kasabay nito sa lalong madaling panahon, forthwith nga kung sabihin natin, ay magkaroon po ng review dito po ating mga labor policies within the NEA so that we can protect and uphold the rights and welfare of the heroes of electrification in the country, our workers. Marami pong salamat at magandang umaga sa ating lahat.
The chair now will recognize Deputy Speaker Bambi Imano. I don't think he's around. The chair will recognize Representative JP Pajernos. Again, not yet around. Representative Leody Tariela.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And it's a very short manifestation. So, on behalf of the Lone District of Occidental Mindoro, I would like to express my full support to the Department of Energy, to Secretary Garin, and to its attached agencies, especially like what Kong Rupo said, to our friend, National Electrification Administrator, Nani Almeda. No? So, I express this support just as they supported the province of Occidental Mindoro for the long period of brownout. No? Now, we are 24 hours, we have 24 hours electricity now. And I think we are one of the cooperatives that has very low electricity rate. No? So again, to ARC also, sana magtuloy-tuloy na ito, Secretary Almeda, Secretary Garin, at alam nyo, ang Occidental Mindoro ay talagang with your help, ngayon, yung aming yung ekonomiya tumaas at we have a lot of business establishments opening because of this naayos yung electricity. So again, maraming salamat at sinusuportahan ko ang additional budget for the Department of Energy. Maraming salamat.
Mr. Chair, if I can just respond. Thank you, Congressman Tariela, and indeed, problem solved in the province of Occidental Mindoro. And just for the information of the body, we are in the process of working out something with Maharlika Investment Corporation of trying to improve the sub-transmission backbone of the whole island of Mindoro. And it will be coming soon. It will be a collective effort of NEA, Maharlika, Transco, and NPC. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Chairman.
I'll just wait. Sandali lang. Wait. The chair now recognizes JP Pajernos.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning to my colleagues and members of the Department of Energy. So I just have a few questions for the department. First, on budget utilization and disbursement. So in 2025, DOE's obligation rate reached 98.7%, but its disbursement rate lagged at only 67%. For 2026, DOE is seeking 3.8 billion pesos, a 24% increase. What factors caused the delays in disbursement last year, and what reforms will the department implement to ensure that higher allocations in 2026 are fully and efficiently utilized on the ground?
Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, the utilization rate of DOE is actually one of the highest in its cluster. Utilization rate reached at 99% in 2023, and in 2024, I think it's 95% or 96%, Mr. Chair. The obligation, and as of this year, it's, hindi ko makita. Ano to? 62%. Kasi ano pa lang, Mr. Chair, this is up to June or July. And then most of the contracts we finish, and then all the obligations in the third and fourth quarter, Mr. Chair. So it catches up. So we are also targeting 99% for this year, Mr. Chair.
Okay, that's good to know, Mr. Chair. My second question for DOE. Despite the fact that many Filipinos remain unemployed, with the national unemployment rate rising to 3.7% in June of this year, according to PSA, DOE continues to report 206 unfilled positions both in 2025 and again this year, showing no progress in hiring. As of today, how many of these positions remain vacant? And why has DOE failed to tap into the available labor pool? And what specific barriers are preventing recruitment?
Mr. Chair, the additional positions were added for this year because of reorganization under the oil, the downstream bureau. Kasi ito yung mga inspection ng mga LPG, gas stations, and then also on renewable energy and all the other departments may mga additional because of additional work. These were just created this year. So, naghahabol kami. Actually, had we not had the additional, then we would, we had also already a target na minimize na yung unfilled, you know. Pero with this new positions, I'm just not sure, Mr. Chair, kung ilan ang total na bago for this year. But I think more than 100 of that is for new positions. So, hinahabol po namin, and we also have a target that by the end of this year, we need to at least double digit na lang sana, hindi na siya 200 plus, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, follow-up question lang po yung dito sa mga unfilled or vacant positions. Are these technical positions or what kind of positions? And meron na po ba tayong mga ginagawang competitive compensation schemes? And ano pong ginagawa natin based on, you know, locality-based hiring incentives?
We do have right after I was appointed, Mr. Chair, we went over this and reviewed our hiring process. So ngayon po lahat na yan may pinoposting na, some are having screenings na, but I think rightfully so, as you pointed out, these are very technical positions. Some are looking for geologists, economists, CPAs, engineers. So because it's a very technical department, so minsan talaga hindi pumapasa yung marami sa mga screening. So but we are trying to develop trying to find a way to develop that in-house so that they can start naman, we can start with fresh graduates in the department and then slowly train them, Mr. Chair. So, but we are working on this.
So, Mr. Chair, so that's why, as pointed out by our secretary, hindi ganun kadali kasi nga highly technical, and we want to ensure that we put the competitive individuals in these positions. Meron din po akong tanong as to renewable energy, which is of course very important nowadays, especially it pertains to our environment and yung global warming natin. So, DOE's Renewable Energy Development Program was funded at 155.7 million in 2025. Yet, renewable energy share in the power mix has stagnated at 29 to 30% since 2015. That's almost a decade po. How do we significantly increase the renewable energy in our energy mix?
Mr. Chair, before I pass it on to Yusek Guevara, who's with the Renewable Energy Bureau namin, the stagnation is in the percentage probably, but not on the capacity. Kasi nag-i-increase din yung mga coal ng mga committed projects natin. So, nababawi siya. Mas malaki kasi yung coal as isang project lang ng coal compared to, that's probably times 5 kailangan i-install mo ng mga renewable. But actually, the budget is not an indication of the need for such capacity kasi ang gumagastos sa mga projects are private companies, Mr. Chair. It's the policies that we make. But I'll have Yusek Guevara explain further on this topic.
Thank you very much. Magandang hapon po sa inyong lahat. Yung pong medyo mabagal yung pag-akyat ng renewables, meron pong nangyari in the last 4 years. Pag tinignan po natin 2021, 2022, 2023, 600 megawatts lang po yung bagong renewables. Pero last year po, more than 700 megawatts yung ating naipasok na bagong renewables. And this year, we will hit more than 1,000 megawatts. So, nag-accelerate po yung renewables. And it is because of the new policies that we have. Like, we now allow 100% foreign ownership. Tapos yung facilitation ng Energy Virtual One-Stop Shop. In 31 days, nakukuha po yung service contract nung complete ang mga submission nila. Pero ang pinakamaganda pong news namin sa inyo is, this year, instead of holding only 1 green energy auction, we are doing 4 green energy auctions. We already finished green energy auction number 3, which is for geothermal and pump storage hydro. We offered only 4,650 megawatts in the auction. But we received more than 7,000 megawatts offers. And we ended up awarding 6,600 megawatts. Kanina pong 9 a.m. until 12 noon, yun namang GEA number 4, which is for rooftop, ground-mounted, and the solar, and the floating solar, and also onshore wind. Ang offered capacity po natin ay 10,000 megawatts. And based dun sa nakikita ko kanina dun sa auction, mukhang mahihit po natin yung target natin. And then, this month, uumpisahan po natin yung number 5, which is for offshore wind. Target naman po natin 3,300 megawatts. So, suma total, ngayong taon po na ito, ang auction natin will have about 20,000 megawatts. So, yung target po natin sa 2030 na 35% in the generation mix, maabot po natin. Nag-accelerate lang po tayo ngayon.
That's really good to hear, Mr. Chair. And any move or additional budget that is needed to improve yung ating renewable energy source, I fully support that. I hope we can get a commitment from our department to also move for such costs. Especially yung sa ating yung electrical vehicles. In some countries like in the US or in other parts of the world, meron nga po silang parang move na lahat ng mga kotse nila magiging electrical na or electric powered. So, my last question pertains to the Malampaya gas field. So, it's expected to be substantially depleted by 2027. So, the urgency of the Commission on Audits 2025 findings cannot be overstated. 186.9 billion in undercollected royalties and 896 million in automatically appropriated funds remain unresolved. Ang katanungan ko po, what concrete actions will DOE take to immediately collect yung ating outstanding arrears while royalties are still flowing? What are they going to do to strengthen internal controls to prevent further revenue leakages? And finally, ensure transparency and accountability in the use of Malampaya funds before this critical resource is exhausted.
Mr. Chair, I'll have Yusek Sandy explain more on the Malampaya depletion. But on the COA findings, recently the Supreme Court on July 30, 2025 ruled on the issue, and this has been resolved already, the 168 billion, no?
186.
Billion. This has been resolved already. So, based on the Supreme Court ruling. So, makiklear na to on the next audit, Mr. Chair. And on the depletion of Malampaya, Yusek Sandy.
Yes, on the depletion of Malampaya, it's a natural occurrence. Of course, the gas field depletes, and rightly so. By 2029, if we do nothing, it becomes uneconomic and we stop production. Currently, there is work being undertaken in Malampaya to increase the productive life for about 5 years. Drilling is proceeding now, and the well should increase production by about 290 billion cubic feet, extending the life of the field to provide natural gas to our power plants up to 2034. Yeah. And in fact, the DOE still pursues opportunities for indigenous natural gas deposits in other parts of our country. And that's why we are continuously promoting the exploration and potential development and production of natural gas in the Philippines.
Yun lang po, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the Department of Energy, led by our Secretary, for answering the questions.
The Chair now recognizes Deputy Speaker Raymond Democrito Mendoza.
My apologies. Mayad na hapon, Madam Secretary. Just a manifestation, quite important because of TUCP has around 10 from Durelco, Lieco, 1, 2, 3, 4, Soleco, Moresco, it's about 10 cooperatives under TUCP. Tsaka mahirap magtanong to someone who was my seatmate for the last 12 years in Congress. And we're very proud of this lady considering that she was the first deputy speaker for the party list. Yeah. Naunahan na lang ako. I'm the second one. Then unahan naman she's the first also. Parang hindi mo papupuri at honoring you, Madam Secretary, but the first secretary from the party list. Okay? Ikaw naman una. Ano na problema yun? Okay, know you better than the other one. That being said, Madam Secretary, permit me. Yun, it has always been a problem for our unions. And again, this is a manifestation ng ang problema talaga is yung sa CBA. And Almeda is here.
admin, and there were questions raised by Akbayan party list in the same token. But to yung CBA, we would not belabor you with so many queries here. I, for one, am very supported to the budget of the DOE. I was once also with the PNOC and the DOE family with former Secretary Lutilia, and the one who nung namatay si Angelo Reyes. Yeah. So, that being said, I would like a commitment, Madam Chair, to talk to your administrator on find ways on how are we going to resolve this problem. This was brought up by previous administrator and secretaries, and walang katapusan umabot pa ng Supreme Court. And I hope that the rights of the workers within the cooperatives are respected. Although they said when you're a cooperative, you're also a shareholder and also does not have the right to join unions, which has always been debunked. That being said, importante lang na under the labor code, na the freedom to join unions should also be respected. Isa yan. So, meeting lang, sir. Administrator Almeda.
Yeah, Mr. Chair. Yes, Kong, I have been working closely with Yusek Bitonio of the DOLE on giving the proper training for co-op negotiators, mostly the directors and union officers. Yes, I admit that there were CBAs that are still yet to be implemented, not because we don't want it, but because the cooperative do not have enough resources yet. And as what Secretary Laguesma did tell me, you have to respect that, and we will respect that. It's just that we're trying to manage the releases that it will not affect the operations of the electric cooperative, sir. And that's why on the renegotiation, we are telling the negotiators and the union officers, again, I mentioned this to Congressman Sendanya earlier, what we don't have, we cannot give. And this was an offshoot of maybe, I would say, a mismanagement of the CBA negotiations before that were carried out. But rest assured, Congressman Mendoza, that NEA is very much cognizant, and NEA is very much concerned about the welfare of the co-op workers, especially the linemen.
Thank you, Administrator, kasi importante talaga what's happening now that we have a collective bargaining agreement and we have to give it to you, and for you on your board of directors to approve it, which is something that needs to be examined. As I've said, we cannot resolve this in this committee. I would like to have, along with my labor leaders, have a meeting with you and try to resolve it peacefully. And I find it in a way, ganyan and adversarial at the same time, that we can talk to each other to the benefit of the working man or the men and women in the cooperatives. Madam Secretary, I see you're nodding your head, and I know you're also passionate with the concerns of labor. So that being said, I hope I have already written a letter, and I tanggap na sa opisina mo. Second point lang, more of a I'm also a resident of North Cotabato, one of the few provinces in the Philippines that actually produces power. I listed around 5. Cagayan de Oro, medyo nasa gilid-gilid na yan, sir. So, North Cotabato, you have Mount Apo Geothermal company by the Lopezes, which has been under TUCP for the past almost 50 years. So, what I'm trying to say also, there are concerns, but yung concern lang, yung power-producing provinces should also have something. There was at one time, Madam Secretary, na may reserve daw. But unfortunately, it has become a political issue. Why? Simply lang. Although we are producing power, geothermal, would you believe, Congressman Rodriguez, 8 times kami magba-brown out? So, I guess, I'm just coming out with this. What can we do for provinces that actually produces power? Our electorate, our constituents do not understand there's a kasakatutak na, ano ba yan? 130 ba yan or 200 ba yan na megawatt power plant, clean energy, geothermal, and parang what is it also for us? Because you are actually in our backyard. And it has been also be noted by Governor Lala, the good governor there in Cotabato, na try to study what we can get something. Ano lang, kung instead of 8 brownouts, kung pwede 4 brownouts na lang. Kung pwede. And, when you have brownouts, yung mga refrigerators nila, di ba, mga appliances, paulit-ulit. And I was just in Cotabato and we experienced it, Madam Secretary. Again, we are a few of those provinces na given by God na meron siyang kuhan. So there's the bell. Let's work on this and what we can do for provinces that actually produces power vis-a-vis others. Kasi yung iba, dinan over there to South Cotabato, yung mayaman sa power galing sa North Cotabato. Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Mr. Chair, just for what are the benefits for host communities? We are actually drafting changes in our policies kasi there's this thing we call 1-94 which gives benefits to the host communities, and try to increase that and reformat that so it's easier for the LGUs to receive. And we are also reviewing our CSP policies in order to give preference to the host communities on for the offtake of the power. Now, as to the frequency of the interruptions, we'll discuss that with NEA and ERC on how to address that, Honorable Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. And as to your increase of your budget, the UCP fully supports as much as possible that I increase and under your leadership. Daghang salamat, Madam Secretary, and of course to your officials, and particularly to Administrator Almeda. May buntag. May hapon.
Mr. Chair, just brief point of information para di tayo ma-mislead, no?
Go ahead.
The interruptions in the area of Deputy Speaker Mendoza ay caused by low voltage transmission line dahil galing sa kay Congressman Ropos yung linya, okay sa kanila. Pero tingnan mo yung linya papuntang Lanao Sur, Lanao Norte, napakahaba, umiikot po yung transmission line. Kaya ang reklamo po ni DS Mendoza actually is hindi brownout. That's yung nagpa-fluctuate dahil yung 69, 62 na lang. This is also experience in Eastern Samar, yung mga dulo ng 69 kV. So I think NGCP is not here because they are private. So pinaalam ko lang, Mr. Chair, na tingnan natin yung transmission issue. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, thank you. One moment. Thank you, Congressman Dugok, for that. But then again, let us solve that problem, considering, again, it has become political. Of course, this is also a concern of our newly congressman from the 1st District, Congressman Cruzado. Yun lang. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Secretary.
Thank you, DS. The chair now recognizes Representative Alan T.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, may I be clarified, since this is a budget briefing, so are we governed by our rules of procedure of the Committee on Appropriations as well as our internal rules?
This is already a hearing because the government
It's already been, so we are governed by our rules of procedures before this committee as well as our internal rules of the House. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, before I proceed, Mr. Chairman, I would like to congratulate our secretary for her appointment as secretary of the department. So, Mr. Chairman, do other resource persons agree that the three main goals of budgeting are fiscal discipline, allocative efficiency, and operational efficiency? I think everyone agrees.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Madam Secretary, as chairperson of National Electrification Administration, could you please explain the mandate of NEA?
It's a National Electrification Administration. It's supposed to be the distribution side of our the government component there. It covers all that is not covered by the private, Mr. Chair.
Aside
And
from
as in addition to the management and administration of the whole network, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Does it also includes to regulate and supervise electric cooperatives to ensure efficient operations and compliance with laws?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Madam Secretary, are you familiar with the Regional Procurement Hub issued by NEA under Memorandum Numbers 2024-06 and 2025-03?
Yes, Mr. Chair, but if you allow me, Mr. Chair, I think the administrator of NEA can expound on the issuance, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Mr. Chair, permission to respond?
Go ahead.
Yes, Mr. Chair, to give you a brief history of what is the Regional Procurement Hub. Upon my assumption on November 2022, I was faced with issues on electric cooperative operations regarding reconditioned transformers, substandard poles, and also the problem of disaster resiliency, that every time there is a storm, the electric ops are fast to respond. But the problem is we have the warm bodies to do the restoration, and yet we lack the equipments to deploy into that damaged area. So what we thought of was to aggregate the requirements per region of the three consumables basic items: steel poles, distribution transformers, and conductors, of which it will be consigned to a hub within the region and will only be withdrawn upon the need of the co-op to replace any of the same. And the consignment process will only start, or the sale, or the period of sale will only start upon withdrawal of the item. Second, the next purpose is the vendor, for that matter, for any of the three items, should maintain a 3-month inventory within the hub. So in the case that there would be any form of disaster storm that will bring down the basic distribution infrastructure, then the co-ops will have a ready supply of steel poles, transformers, and conductors. And if ever there will be a task force kapatiran to come to the rescue, they are assured that the needed equipments to fully restore on a speedy basis is available.
So, Mr. Chairman, can we ask the administrator whether or not the Regional Procurement Hub issued by the NEA have been approved by and adopted by NEA Board of Administrators?
Mr. Chair, yes, it is duly approved as a matter of policy by the Board of Administrators. And upon its implementation, the technical team of NEA and the technical team of the regional cooperatives are all members and deliberated upon on the number, on the volume of the items needed for that subject period of the Regional Procurement Hub, the design, and we followed. NEA facilitated the bidding using the principles and provisions of 9184, and once it is concluded and delivered to the Regional Procurement Hub, the sale transaction is now between the vendor and the cooperative.
Madam Secretary, do you confirm that it was approved and adopted by the NEA Board as chairperson of NEA?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Although there is a designated representative for of DOE in the NEA board, so I'm not present in the deliberations, but yes, I am aware of that.
Mr. Chairman, may we request for a copy of the approved and adopted resolution by the Board of Administrators to be submitted before this committee? And may I ask the commitment of the administrator, when can it submit to us the approved and adopted board resolution?
Yes, Mr. Chair, we will submit it as soon as possible. By tomorrow, the committee will have a copy of all pertinent documents, board resolutions of the Board of Administrators.
So, Mr. Administrator, do you agree that the Regional Procurement Hub aggregates and centralizes the procurement of equipment and materials for all electric cooperatives?
We're doing it per region, Mr. Chair. Actually, last year, 2024, we had a pilot region, regions 5, 7, and 8, which these are the areas that are usually visited by storm. And after a year of operations, we are now extending it to region. We just concluded biddings from regions 1, 3, 5, 7, and 8. Instead of 1 year, period of the contract, we extended it already to 2 years period of contract after the pilot operations.
So, Mr. Administrator, what is your legal basis to undertake or for the creation of the Regional Procurement Hub?
Based on our mandate as provided for by 10531, we can formulate policies to enhance the operations of the subject 121 electric cooperatives, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, can you be more specific under what section of our Republic Act 10531 you, as the basis for the creation of the Regional Procurement Hub?
General provision. Can we be given time, Mr. Chair? Dito, anong... it's provided for in Section 5, Section 4 of PD 269, which states that... Saan ba? Paragraph Q, exercise primary, paragraph S, which states that provides that the NEA can exercise such powers and do such things as may be necessary to carry out the business and purposes for which the NEA was established or from which from time to time may be declared by the Board of Administrators as necessary, useful, incidental, or auxiliary to accomplish such purpose.
Mr. Chairman, a reading of the 2025 memorandum issued by NEA, 2025-03, I did not see any provisions on that particular provision mentioned by our administrator. So can you please point out to this representation under memorandum number 2025-03 what particular the particular provision that you just mentioned, because I did not see it in the memorandum circular that which you just mentioned.
Well, Mr. Chair, another basis would be paragraph L. The NEA can develop, set, and enforce institutional and governance standards for the efficient operation of electric cooperatives, such as, but not limited to, the observance of appropriate procurement procedure, including transparent and competitive bidding. Such standards shall be enforced through a mechanism of incentives and disincentives to complying and non-complying electric cooperatives, respectively. I believe, Mr. Chair, this policy was submitted for the approval of the Board of Administrators, and we had a presentation to the Board of Administrators before a concession was arrived at, and upon approval, it was published in the UP Law Center, and that makes it as a valid and subsisting policy, Mr. Chair.
Is it not that your power or function is limited to the issuance of guidelines? But in this particular case, you are already the implementing agency for the procurement of all equipment and materials of the electric cooperatives. May I ask now, what is that basis? If you are only allowed to issue guidelines, how come now NEA is the implementing arm for all the procurement activities of the electric cooperatives?
Mr. Chair, let me cite again the applicable provision in paragraph L. NEA shall develop, set, and enforce institutional and governance standards for the efficient operation of electric cooperatives, such as, but not limited to, the observance of appropriate procurement procedure, including transparent and competitive bidding. Such standards shall be enforced through a mechanism of incentives and disincentives to complying and non-complying electric cooperatives, respectively.
Mr. Chairman, based on your reading, you stated that it's only for issuance of guidelines, but not on the implementation side. Now, I don't see any wording of the implementation that NEA can undertake under this particular memorandum 2025-03.
Mr. Chair, I just to make mention again, it is to develop, set, and enforce institutional and governance standards for the efficient operation of electric cooperatives, Mr. Chair.
Does it not mean that you have to, if the electric cooperative did not comply, then you can, as one of your function is supervisory, that you can call their attention. But in this case, you are the one implementing the procurement of all electric cooperatives. And by the way, may I ask, Mr. Administrator, are the funds used for the procurement of this equipment and materials are from electric cooperatives or from subsidy of NEA?
These are the funds to be used in the procurement of the items in the procurement hub are the funds of the electric cooperatives. Mr. Chair, I think it's worthy to note that these are all in consignment basis. Consignment basis that once the bidding is perfected, the contractual provisions are now attached to the vendor to deliver the items to the hub on consignment basis and will only be withdrawn upon the need of the electric cooperatives to use the same. No funds are used for the subsidy. This is purely a vendor-vendee sale transaction of the vendor and the electric cooperatives to achieve what was the purpose laid down earlier. NEA, for this matter, only facilitated the guidelines on how it will be implemented to achieve the above or the earlier stated purpose, Mr. Chair. For transparency purpose, we are conducting the bidding through the provisions of 9184 as provided for by 10531 and PD 269 that we can adopt the provisions of 9184 in the procurement of the same.
Mr. Chairman, if these funds are funds of the electric cooperatives, why is not that the electric cooperatives be the one to do the procurement of their own respective cooperatives? Why is it that there's a need for NEA to be the implementing agency for all the electric cooperatives by the creation of this regional hub procurement? Are they not competent enough, or are they not? I would say, are they not competent, or they have no capability to undertake such procurement, Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Chair, I think there's a disconnect here. The NEA is only facilitating the form and manner of bidding, but upon the conclusion of the bid, the regional association of the electric cooperatives are the one to manage the regional procurement hub. As mentioned earlier, this was an offshoot of the reported incidents of reconditioned sale of distribution transformers, substandard equipments, and the very purpose of this regional procurement hub is to address disaster resiliency. And that is to achieve the purpose that when a disaster happened in a certain area, available equipments are ready to be used for due restoration in a speedy manner.
Mr. Chairman, what was cited by our administrator is on during disaster or emergency. I will agree to that on the emergency purchase. But of course, how about the day-to-day operations? How about the annual procurement of all electric cooperatives? Because under this memorandum, it covers all the annual procurement of all the electric cooperatives. Am I not correct? Can you confirm?
Mr. Chair, when we are doing the technical working group of this is a combination of the information from the electric cooperatives technical team and NEA technical team to arrive at the annual procurement volume. The annual procurement volume. And that includes the provision for emergency. That is why the basic salient feature of this regional procurement hub is that the vendor should maintain 25% of the total yearly capacity or the total aggregated capacity or volume that is subject of the contract to be maintained in the regional procurement hub, that if and when disaster, knock on wood, God forbid, happens, there are available equipments to be used for due and speedy restoration.
Mr. Chairman, you just the administrator just mentioned that the implementation or the procurement of this equipment and maintenance are undertaken by NEA. Am I correct?
Facilitated by NEA with all the regional members, present. Maybe, Mr. Chair, what we can do aside from the policies and pertinent documents to be submitted, we will submit a video of all biddings that were conducted from the pre-bid to the opening of the bid to achieve full transparency.
Mr. Chairman, can you please ask the administrator to refer to Table 6, Procurement under the RPH program, under Section 6.2, NEA, SBAC, and TWG. The NEA shall create, as I quote, the NEA shall create an SBAC. What is SBAC, by the way, Mr. Administrator?
That is Special Bids and Awards Committee, Mr. Chair.
Yes, NEA created. Am I
Yes,
correct?
Mr. Chair.
So, please tell us please confirm to us, did NEA is the implementing arm for all the procurement?
Yes.
Why? Oh, yes.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chairman. So there's a creation of SBAC, there's a creation of TWG, and NEA is the implementing arm of this equipment and materials.
Implementing arm of the bidding, Mr. Chair. But the implementing arm of the withdrawal sale is the Regional Association of the Electric Office.
Thank
Mr.
you,
Chair.
Mr. Chairman. So, Mr. Chairman, may I ask, did you seek the legal opinion of the Department of Justice on this matter, aside from getting the approval of the Board of Administrators of NEA?
No, sir.
So, did you not see it as a requirement, considering that there's a major policy shift or guide implementation on the part of NEA?
Mr. Chair, we are drawing our authority from PD 269 as mentioned earlier, and we have published this, we executed due publication, and if there would be any question, then we are ready to respond to the same.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, Madam Secretary, may I ask if you are amenable to seek a legal opinion from the Department of Justice regarding this matter?
Just
Yes,
for
Mr.
that, I'll
Chair.
remind a representative that your time is up. We'll just until after Secretary will respond.
Yes, Mr. Chair, and we will also do further review in our own legal department, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Then I will have my second round, Mr. Chairman.
The chair now will recognize Rep. Nico Raul Daza.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Maupay nga kulop sa aton Department of Energy family, sa aton mga members in attendance. First, I'd like to congratulate the good secretary on her recent confirmation as the full-time secretary of Department of Energy. I actually only have one question, but Mr. Chair, allow me, or please indulge me to lay out the table. I was approached by a local leader in my district, sharing with me that a renewable energy developer, namely in the wind energy sector, is to begin or secured a contract with the Department of Energy to begin their pre-development stage, I believe, in a local municipio. However, alarmingly, he detailed to me that the province or our end users will not be getting any direct benefits because there will be no passing of or sharing in energy costs, and that they are at the mercy of the spot market. So as a first termer, this is quite complex to me, so I'd like to understand better. Can you please detail to me, Mr. Chair, our direct benefits to host communities? Because I think it would be fair and more equitable that the host barangay or the host province should derive benefits from hosting such renewable energy developers.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Now, for a host community, there's a benefit for the host community other than the social activities or projects of the developer, and there's 1 centavo of every kilowatt hour. So, but in that 1 centavo, there's a sharing pa. They're sharing about 50% of that goes to the electric co-op and 50% to the LGU. But within that 50% of the LGU, there is a sharing again of the community, the barangay, the municipal government, the provincial government, and the RDC. So there's many participants in that 1 centavo. Unfortunately, it's not big enough. The benefit, probably you will feel it as a barangay or a municipality after 3 years of just collecting it, and then you make a project after that. And then the second part, not just on the substantive part, the second part of that is that what kind of projects can be used. There is a list to that, which involves probably medyo wide range siya. There's a livelihood, there's environment, and many items that are listed in the policy. And the third part is the complication of getting that amount. Kasi you have to open trust fund, you have to send a business proposal, and dami pang requirements. So that circular that we have based on the IPIRA is we're trying to increase the amount and restructure the division, the sharing, and then also change the procedure na wala ng business proposal, just an barangay ordinance na lang or some resolution of the barangay council. So on that side, we're trying to fix that. And on the other side, though, Mr. Chair, as you mentioned, they can see their windmills turning in their backyard, but they still don't get the energy from there. We are reviewing also our policies na dapat may, this is still being discussed, Mr. Chair, because the stakeholders, we did a public consultation and there are reactions to that. Our initial proposal was give the co-op of where the or it is the franchise area, where the franchise area is, of the wind project, for example, get the right of first refusal to the power that they produce at a certain percentage. We are proposing that, Mr. Chair, and it's undergoing public consultation, and we're getting so much reaction, both positive and negative. But it is something that we are aware of, that just to attract more LGUs also to be host communities, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to thank the good secretary for her response. So, correct me if I'm wrong, this is enforced through department circulars?
Yes, Mr. Chair. This is only through a policy, but should the body wish to it to be more, have more teeth and probably a bigger magnitude, then it has to be through legislation, I suppose, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, actually, that was what I was going to segue into, which, as I guess the good secretary shared, some legislation might be in order to give it more teeth. So, in light of this, this representation will support any legislation that gives our host communities more direct benefits deriving from these renewable energies developers. With that, I'd also like to manifest my support for the Department of Energy and the increasing of their funding so there'd be more equitable benefit to all. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
The chair would like to recognize Vice Chair Edwin Ongchuan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, to my colleagues from the 20th Congress. Pleasant good afternoon to Secretary Sharon Garin and the DOE team. Mr. Chair, I would like to manifest my utmost respect to our dear colleague, Secretary Shawi, who was a colleague of mine during the 17th Congress. I would like to emphasize also that Secretary's father used to be a member of the Congress also, Representative Oscar Garin. That's number one. Number two, a colleague of mine also, Congressman Richard Garin, used to be a member of Congress. And now, our Deputy Speaker, Janet Garin, is also a member of Congress. So, we should show quadruple courtesy, no, to our dear colleague. So, we should show the Garin brand of congressional courtesy to our very own Secretary Shawi. And being the former governor of my province, Northern Samar, we used to have our electric co-op, Norsa Melco, used to have a very poor rating, let D rating, no? Then ngayon, we were able to slowly improve our rating to AAA na ngayon. Used to be, walang gusto magpautang sa amin na independent power producer, even PISAM, no? Refused to supply us. And it is because of NEA Administrator Nani Almeda. We requested Administrator Nani to get a very credible, efficient officer from NEA, from the ranks. Now, as our general manager, napakaliking pong tulong ang naibigay po ng NEA to our beloved province. Just imagine from a D rating, ngayon AAA na. No? Maraming salamat po, Admin Nani, for that help.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
And na-appreciate po namin yung regional hub po na ginagawa ngayon ng NEA dahil before, inalalayan po yung Northern Samar ng ibang kalapit na province sa Region 8 na pressure po yung IPP to supply Northern Samar. Otherwise, the whole region will not supply, will not get from the IPP. So, tulungan po yung buong regional hub, yung mga different provinces sa Region 8, sa Eastern Visayas. At dahil po dyan, nasalbar po yung aming probinsya from the brownout supposedly, no? Malaking tulong po. Our gratitude to NEA Administrator Nani Almeda. Maraming salamat po. I fully support the budget of DOE. Mabuhay po ang DOE. Thank you,
Mr. Chair.
The chair now would like to recognize Deputy Minority Leader Stephen James Tan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning good afternoon pala kay Secretary and to the DOE family. There are a few issues that I wanted to raise. First is I would like to raise the issue about the NGCP line, which is from Calbayog City on Summerside going to Northern Summerside. So mabuti din na nandito si Representative Daza and Representative Uchuan, especially na affected kami dalawa nito na line. So, but the line is the purpose of the line is to improve the supply of electricity in the northern side, northern Samar. But however, we have encountered an issue when the contractor laid down the plan kung saan ilalagay yung mga poste. So, we realized na nilagay nila sa almost 80% of the post is beside the diversion road and in the Maharlika Highway going to Northern Samar. So, malaking portion kasi halos almost the same yung haba ng line that will traverse Samar and the line that also will papunta din ng Northern Samar, almost equal kami. So, yun ang issue namin na nilagay nila 80% sa highway. So, nagkakaproblema kami ngayon in terms of syempre, majority ng development ng first district is situated, especially it is inside Calbayog City. So, nandun talaga yung development natin beside the diversion road and yung mga major roads natin. So, marami ang na-affected na mga barangays also. And we have also encountered na may transfer sana kami na NGCP na line, the old line. Pero very costly siya kung i-transfer. So, kung ngayon ilalagay nila lahat dyan na mas bago to na line. And to mention also, may old line tayo na nandun sa bundok. Tapos itong bago nilalagay sa highway. So parang nag-raise up din ng concern yung the city of Calbayog through kay Mayor na nag-oppose tayo doon. So then, nung humihingi na sila ng resolution of non-objection by the city, of course, nag-object kami doon sa proposed na location ng mga post. So, Madam Secretary, if you could also help us na ma-consider to na ma-fast track na rin. We do not want to hamper also the development, especially that it is leading to Northern Samar, but we cannot also sacrifice dun sa district natin or in this case, the city of Calbayog, na malose din namin ang opportunity na the majority of the development is situated in this national highway and this national diversion road.
Mr. Chair, di po kayo nag-iisa na problema sa NGCP, Mr. Chair. But this is under, we'll work on that for your district. But I'd like to ask the president of the Transco to answer because they're the ones that gave the concession to NGCP.
Thank you po. Mr. Chair, if I may be recognized.
Go ahead.
Good afternoon po and thank you for raising that concern. I actually am arranging a meeting with the president of NGCP regarding several issues on right-of-ways and we will include that po in our discussions and we'll give you feedback on the outcome of our meeting with the President of NGCP.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you. But we just do not like lang the impression na parang kasi when they present it, parang sinisisi nila yun dito sa summer side na we are hampering ayaw namin na ma-upgrade yung line. But that is the situation.
Mr. Chair. Well, ano na lang, Mr. Chair, we have this committee on transmission and we'll take up the topic together with NGCP and the other concerned agencies on the issue at hand, Mr. Chair. We'll set it up as soon as we can.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Secretary. And the second is, I would like also to request that baka pwede natin ma-consider yung to upgrade the line of the 3 islands in my district, namely Tagapulan, Santo Niño, and Almagro. These are all islands. So yung issue naman nila dun is, I think that based on the recommendation of the local cooperative ng Samelco 1, is for the line to be upgraded kasi to be insulated kasi prone sila sa mga vegetation, may mga bats na mga issue. So halos although 24 hours na yung services nila, pero hindi nila na-enjoy yung 24 hours na services because of parati silang affected dun sa old na line. So it needs to be upgraded para mas better yung services natin na ma-provide.
Yes, Mr. Chair, we'll coordinate with NEA no, on this. I am not so familiar with what are the pain points in this issue, pero I'll check with NEA the 3 islands in summer. Yeah.
Namely Almagro, Santo Niño, Tagapulan. I will furnish a letter also to kay Sir Almeda.
Yes, Mr. Chair. I'll wait for your request letter, sir.
And lastly, based on the record, as we have talked with the general manager of Samelco 1, he was saying that based on the record, all of the barangays are now fully energized. But in reality, in account ko, there are 16 barangay pa na who is not energized. So maybe we can propose also an 32 kilowatt off-grid hybrid solar plant so that we can target this 16 barangays na 100% na fully energized yung first district of Samar.
Yes, Mr. Chair, we'll have the somebody from the OE will just get the information from you, Mr. Chair. And also, Mr. Chair, other than the distribution lines and the electrification programs, we're also checking the need for summer because I think it's an end of the line.
Yes.
Kaya we're also checking now if what is the type of energy that you need there. Kasi same, I'm from Panay, I'm from Iloilo, end of the line din kami. Our diagnosis for Panay is that we need more base load, and I think that's also the same diagnosis that you have there. So we have to find developers to do that, Mr. Chair. It's we're doing already the simulations kung ilang megawatts yung kailangan nyo, Mr. Chair.
So thank you, Madam Secretary, and thank you, Mr. Chair.
The chair now would like to recognize Deputy Speaker Bambi Imano.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Actually, no questions, just a very simple manifestation, Mr. Chair. But first, would like to recognize friends Attorney Nino, our chairperson for ERC, Boss Cassie. Hirap magtanong dito. Andiyan yung dalawa eh. And of course, good friend, Admin Ani, and of course, a colleague, former Congresswoman Garin. I had been texting them, Mr. Chair, and had been very kind to answering all of my queries. And some I'll just write to a letter. But upfront, Mr. Chair, it would not be very long. And the second district of Misamis Oriental supports the budget of the OE and its attached agencies. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
The chair now would like to recognize Rep. Dada Kiram Esmula.
Yeah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuhu. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Magandang tanghali po sa DOE family, SEC. Magandang tanghali po. May few questions lang naman po ako na ito yung mga problema sa Mindanao na gusto ko lamang pong i-raise din in mga concerns na baka naman pong may maitulong po kayo sa mga nangyayaring power outages po doon. Isa sa mga patuloy na suliranin ng ating mga kababayan ay ang madalas na power outages or blackouts po. Sa amin po sa Mindanao, particular sa aking lungsod, sa Zamboanga City, matagal na pong problema ang power outages. Halos araw-araw ay nakakaranas kami ng blackout. Ang ganitong sitwasyon ay nagdudulot ng samot-saring problema, nasisirang appliances, naaantalang kabuhayan at negosyo at nahihirapang mga estudyante sa kanilang pag-aaral. At ang higit sa lahat, napakataas na singil ng kuryente sa kabila ng hindi maaasahang serbisyo. Maaari po ba naming malaman kung ano ang mga pangunahing dahilan kung bakit patuloy pa rin ang malawakang power outage sa Mindanao, particularly in Zamboanga City po?
Mr. Chair, indeed, hindi po nakakalimutan to. This is one of the major problems of the energy family. In fact, NEA, I think, has been trying their best to address this. If I will, Mr. Chair, Admin Nani can answer for this also.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, permission to respond, please.
Go ahead.
Yes, I am very much aware of the situation of Zamboanga City, as it has been also a subject of a congressional hearing last year. I am pleased to inform the committee that NEA already reinforced the operations of some CELCO by means of sending a 30-man contingent that will make up the task force. As you well know, the problem of some CELCO stems from the fact of a high systems loss. So, after several visits in Zamboanga City, I have decided to supplement the operations of some CELCO by creating a 4-man team composed of general managers from the Sureco, Sebeco 3, CELCO, and ANECO. They are their associations provided for a 30-man team composed of 3 members per team that will do the investigation and installation of additional and new metering to address the high systems loss. And with 4 days of operations, we have already discovered massive illegal connections, especially from the big loads. So I am giving them 6 months to complete the rehabilitation, the elimination of illegal connections, and hopefully when we are able to bring down the systems loss on the non-technical aspect, some CELCO will have an increased cash earnings or retained earnings that can finance the operating of its distribution infrastructures, and especially the installation of meters to non-metered consumers.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Napakaganda po ng inyong naging sagot at nagpapasalamat ako na meron na pong action na nagawa. Kasi nung huli po akong bumisita sa NEA, wala pang konkretong update na naibigay po sa amin. That was nitong June lang akong bumisita sa NEA. Ngayon po, Mr. Chair, may gusto ko lang i-manifest din na ang power outage, yung sinasabing napakataas ay more than 20% na I believe ang karapat-dapat lamang ay nasa less than 8 or 5% lang dapat. Tama po.
Yes, Mr. Chair, the acceptable limit is only 12% systems loss. However, that is the main target or the main purpose why we deployed the task force to bring down the systems loss into a workable manner, workable rate. Ma'am, we are in direct coordination with the local government unit, Mayor Olaso, because apparently there is a peace and or a security risk among co-op employees in trying to address the high systems loss on some depressed areas. So we are working hand in hand with the local government unit for some police reinforcement and escorts once the team gets into some depressed areas of concern, ma'am.
Okay. Salamat po. Isang singit na lang po, Mr. Chair. Yung may sagot po ba tayo doon sa patuloy na paglaki ng utang po ng Samselco?
Ayun po ang magiging direct correlation ng pagbaba ng systems loss. Ang computation po namin, every 1% na baba ng system loss is additional 6 million in revenue monthly for some Samselco. So if you are able to bring down the system loss to a considerable amount of maybe 10%, that will be additional 60 million in the cash flow of some Samselco. That will cover payment of arrears, special payment arrangements for the past due accounts and for the current accounts, man.
Sige, salamat po, sir. Ito naman po ay isang tanong din para sa ating ERC. Isa rin pong problema ang ating mga kababayan madalas na yellow at red alert sa ating mga power grid. Senyales ng kakulangan sa supply ng kuryente, lalo na sa mga probinsya. Noong June 22 power generation companies po ang inisyuhan ninyo ng ERC na mag-explain tungkol sa continued or frequent derating of their power facilities at mag-submit ng reports na i-explain ang dahilan ng derating events affecting its generating facilities and units. Maaari po bang malaman kung ilang kaso na ang inimbestigahan ng ERC kaugnay ng unplanned shutdowns ng mga power generation companies o GenCos, at ilan ang napanagot na dahil sa palpak na serbisyo po ng kuryente? Salamat po.
Yes, Mr. Chair. If we will be allowed, we can provide the committee the update on the letters that we issued for these generation companies to explain the derating and the frequent outages, so we can be comprehensive in our response, Mr. Chair.
If Mr. Chair will allow it po.
Go ahead. Yes, yes, of course.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
The chair.
Thank you. Thank you, po.
Are you done?
Yes po. I'm done. Salamat po, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. The chair would like to recognize Rep. Yuleo Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Magandang hapon po. Our DOE family, congratulations, ma'am. So, tama-tama po, nandito na lahat. Kasi si admin Ani lang palagi natatanong natin. So, alam mo naman natin ang problema namin sa aming probinsya. Mr. Chair, PhilCo submitted a proposal for the competitive selection process last year for 36 megawatts that would eventually reduce the rate of electricity in the province of Catanduanes. Mr. Chair, may I know what is the status of the CSP? Pwede pong sagutin ng NAPOR at saka ng ERC.
Mr. Chair, I think ERC is still trying to check on the status, Mr. Chair. But while they're checking, Mr. Chair, currently we have a directive from the President to check the problematic islands, and third on our list is Catanduanes, Mr. Chair. This has been flagged to us already, and Yusek Mario and all the rest of our team from ERC NEA will go to Catanduanes to do a thorough review at mag-propose kami kung ano ba talaga na yung solution doon sa Catanduanes, because next to Siquijor, we're going to Camotes, and the third one will be Catanduanes, Mr. Chair. But if the ERC has an update on the application, na?
We're still checking the docket with the head office, but we will also submit, if it can be allowed, the summary of all pending PSA cases of Fiselco and the status of each case. And if there are any pending that the Commission may already act upon, we will also undertake to act on these pending PSA applications, Mr. Chair.
Opo, kasi Mr. Chair, alam mo naman natin na gusto rin namin na bumaba ang kuryente natin. Alam mo naman natin yan, talagang sa ngayon na 17 to 18 yung binabayaran natin. So napaka laki po na talagang medyo nahirapan man ang ating mga consumer. Kaya nagpapasalamat din ako in advance sa ating secretary for prioritize our island na talagang yun ang talagang aming palaging problema. Matagal na po itong problema namin. I hope na masolusyon na naman itong problema namin. Lalo ngayon, Mr. Chair, yung request po ng, actually, nasabi ko na kay admin na rin to, yung request po ng Suico, yung status po ng kanilang excess energy. This excess energy, I believe, Mr. Chair, ito po ang magiging lamang, reducing the operating hours. Behind the reducing of the operating hours of BRC in suppose to resolve Suico's excess collection, Mr. Chair. So matagal na po ito na problema na ito. Ano ba ang status nito? Ano ba talagang tunay na kasagutan dito? Kasi mahirap po. Nagtutulak-tulakan tayo pag ginano sa Napocor, itutulak sa ERC. So once and for all, nandito naman si admin nani, I hope na nandito na lang tayo, nandito na tayo. Palagay ko, masolusyon na ito bago man lamang mag-adjourn kung ano ba talagang problema para naman maibsan naman ng problema namin doon.
Mr. Chair, yes po, pag-aaralan namin yung kasalukuyang kontrata ng Sueco at kung mapapayagan nga yung ganung interpretasyon na maaari silang mag-supply noong energy na yan na nakapaloob naman doon sa kanilang napagkasunduan if titingnan yung kabuang energy sa loob ng isang taon at hindi lang sa loob ng isang buwan. Kasi ang naging issue yata dito ay hindi sila pinapayagan na mag-supply ng higit doon sa buwanan na alokasyon at kung sila ay magsusupply, bagamat ito ay papasok pa rin doon sa pangtaunan na alokasyon, ay hindi daw sila mabibigyan ng subsidiya. Samantalang kung ito ay mapapayagan, itong excess energy na ito ay maisusupply sa probinsya ng Catanduanes nang may kaukulang subsidiya at hindi nakakailanganin ngayon na kumuha ang Fiselco ng katumbas na enerhiya mula sa isang supplier under an EPSA na walang subsidiya. I suppose ito po yung issue at titingnan namin at pag-aaralan kung ito ay maaari naming matalakay na sa aming mga susunod na commission meeting para makapagbigay po kami ng lunas o relief sa ating mga kababayan sa Catanduanes po.
Mr. Chair, with all due respect, but I'd like to ask Napocor also to answer the issue because this is under Napocor's jurisdiction.
Yes, Mr. Chair, may I respond? Mr. Chair, we've already talked also with the good congressman and also the governor. Dalawa po ang issue na concern ng Napocor. First, doon sa quantities over and beyond the contracted capacity, we have already asked the opinion of ERC kasi sumusunod lang po kami sa judgment ng ERC kung ano ang pwedeng bayaran ng UCME. So we're waiting for that. Isa po pong sulat na pinadala namin recently to ERC is a letter saying effectively that NPC does not object to lowering the rate for the Balongbong Hydro from SAGR to something which is hydro-based. So, maari pong ibaba yung china-charge sa hydro na hindi po siya SAGR, kundi mas mababa pa yung rates po na appropriate sa hydro para makapag-contribute naman po doon sa isnang pagbabayad ng mga consumers sa Catanduanes. Thank you.
So, yun po kasi kahit paano po, siyempre pag ganito, di may lamang kung anong maganda talaga interpret. Kung anong tama dyan, kasi naguguluhan na rin po kami. Matagal na po itong problema na to. Matagal na rin yung request sa inyo, nag-inquire, sumulat. So, parang wala pa rin solusyon hanggang ngayon. So, yung aming mga constituents, consumer natin doon, yung po ang medyo nagsasakripisyo para po dito. So, sana naman po masolusyonan natin ito sa madaling panahon kasi medyo tumatagal na po medyo yung burnout namin medyo mahaba. So alam mo naman pag ganyan sa probinsya kung sino-sino kagana sisihin dyan. So I hope matulungan nyo na kami rito, masolusyon na itong problema natin. Po. Kasi yun nga, yung sa Balongbong, bawaban, para mahatak lang pababa yung natin, yung presyo. So I hope through ERC kasi nasa inyo po ang bulay na solusyon. Kung umukay na sa inyo, okay naman sa Napocor Kaya yun lang po ang pakiusap ng mga taga Catanduanes para naman medyo maibsa naman ang problema namin doon. Opo. Ayun lang po, Madam Chair, Mr. Chair and Madam Secretary. I support the budget of the Department of Energy. Congratulations ulit. Dagan salamat.
The chair now recognize Rep. Maximo Rodriguez.
Good afternoon, Secretary Shawi. Okay. Welcome back and congratulations. I would like to be assured that to everybody here that the DOE is in better hands, with the Secretary now. I'll be asking some questions, but more or less a manifestation. First, have you ever think of increasing the budget of DOE?
Mr. Chair, we have submitted a proposal to DBM and we respect we follow what is decided upon by the DBM as submitted to Congress, Mr. Chair. It will always be, we will always want more, but we will stay with what is proposed by DBM for the Department of Energy.
I will support that, and I think the members here are always available for that. But I will only have some few questions regarding some of your units here, First, is there a budget for the Agus Polangi dredging? And whether it was done and it was accomplished? Agus Polangi, I think that's under PISAM.
Mr. Chair, I think that would be under PISAM.
Yeah, it's PISAM.
Under President Dennis.
I heard from news, but I was still a civilian, that there have been some moves to dredge Agus Polangi, the main power source of Mindanao, because I come from Mindanao. So I am from Abanti Mindanao party list now.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Can I respond? Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes. Good afternoon, sir. Yes, we do have a budget for the dredging of the Pulangi River. We currently have one dredging machine there. However, based on our study, it's not yet sufficient to fully solve the problems of the Pulangi Reservoir, Mr. Chair. So we do have one dredging machine.
It's ongoing, I think. And is there a budget for that so that you can keep on dredging it?
Yes, sir. We do provide, we provided for the purchase of the equipment, and we do provide for the continued operation of that dredging machine, Mr. Chair.
So in due time, maybe a few years from now, it will be accomplished with an output bigger than now, energy output.
With regards to our long-term plans, Mr. Chair, we have what we call our asset management plan for the Agos and Pulangi power plants, which includes the Pulangi River Reservoir. Our plans there, sir, based on a World Bank study, requires a thorough dredging and a creation of a river source for the Pulangi Reservoir, Mr. Chair.
But that would assure us of a more of a bigger power output in the years to come.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes,
Thank you. And can I ask National Transmission Corporation? Is there a program where you unbundle the expenses in power generation and not give it to the consumers? Is there some study on that? So that's ERC. Is that ERC, I think?
Yeah, yes, sir.
Yeah, I think it's Secretary San Juan. I just promoted you. Okay? Can you give us an idea on that?
So yes, there was a requirement under EPIRA for us to unbundle NPC's rates. At the outset, there was need to actually unbundle the costs associated with the NPC's provision of transmission services at that time because Transco was created pursuant to EPIRA. And so we actually, when we set the NPC rates in its first rate filing with ERC under EPIRA, we already set the generation, purely generation rate for NPC. Then Transco was given a separate rate for transmission, and thereafter when Transco was already up for privatization, Transco then transitioned from RORB to PBR, and so we had the rates of Transco determined based on PBR before it was actually awarded to a concessionaire, now NGCP.
So we have benefited from the unbundling of the rates. Is that correct? Is that an assumption?
The unbundling actually allowed us to have separate rates for transmission for Transco and separate rate for the provision by NPC of the generation supply at that time. And when we were able to have the separate generation charge set for NPC, then it enabled us also to proceed with the privatization of NPC plants and contracts, because by then the contracts of NPC were already designated as transition supply contracts in accordance with Section 67 of EPIRA. And these transition supply contracts, when the privatization happened, these were vested or assigned with some of these generation assets of NPC that were privatized.
Thank you for that very comprehensive statement. And I heard from the NIA, you have accomplished more than you have planned. In Mindanao, where many of our rural folks are really do not have electricity. I heard that the good administrator has done so much for us, and I would just ask particularly, what percent have you surpassed your accomplishments? Because I heard that you have done so much for the whole country as well, no? But I am from Mindanao. I would say he is really the precursor of development in Mindanao. Accessing power to many people even industries and now ordinary folks. What can you say, Administrator?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the kind words, sir. Mindanao is really our area of priority. We are really beefing up the electrification projects in Mindanao because hopefully we can increase the electrification of Mindanao to a more acceptable rate, not of 75%. Hopefully, we can be by end of 2025, we can achieve 80%, Mr. Chair. Thank you, sir.
That's excellent, Administrator. Congratulations. No? And one last question is about PNOC. Are you engaged in oil exploration anywhere in West Philippine Sea or Benham Rise? Is there a study or a positive outlook on getting more oil fields in our seas? Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Chair, if I may be allowed to respond.
Go ahead.
Yes, Mr. Chair, there are currently the PNOC exploration is currently engaged in gas exploration in the West Philippine Sea. Although there are certain areas, we have service contract areas where we are under force majeure, so we are unable to touch and then to in those areas and to continue oil exploration, oil and gas exploration activities. But currently, there's Malampaya, and also we have another service contract area, service contract area 57, where we recently completed 3D seismic studies, and it's currently being the subject of farming and activities from the private sector. We are looking for joint venture partners so we can come in. So there are also other areas where we are engaged in gas exploration activities, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, if you allow me.
Yes, please.
There are currently 8 contracts that we are pursuing, that we're awaiting for signature of the President. Yusek Sandy can explain further.
Yes, so currently, through the recent efforts, we have 8 contracts in the Office of the President. Actually, these are now 10. We have forwarded additional 2 contracts. And there are 2 contracts that are in the BARM area in Mindanao. So when we talk about continuing the efforts, yes, the department is very serious. Because if you look back on the slide pack, we will need gas to reach our renewable targets of 50% by 2050 on the business as usual case. And we would rather that our gas comes from our own territory.
So excellent. We have a prospect for more oil fields in the country. And I think after the study or the contracts you have, oil exploration contracts, that will be used to get funders, meaning joint partners in order to utilize oil fields. So that ends my question, of course, and congratulations to the DOE family, and more power to you all. Thank you.
Can I just add, Mr. Chair? This is the first time that we have, how many contracts do we have in BARM area? 2. 2. We have for the first time ever, there's an exploration contract that will be awarded in the BARM area. So this is a good development.
In the BARM, that's in the marshland, I think. Where's that?
Actually, the 2 contracts in the BARM are in the Sulu Sea. And they are part of the province of Tawi-Tawi.
Yeah, it's a big expanse of
It's
water.
a big expanse of water.
Yes.
In southern Sulu Sea.
You have something in Mindanao, inside Mindanao?
Yes, we do have a service contract onshore in Mindanao, south of the Liguasan Marsh. But that is outside the territory of BARM.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
The chair will recognize Representative Mark Coangco.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm reading this proposed fiscal year 2026 budget, and the nuclear energy program is listed here. However, there's no targeted capacity that we want to build to as a matter of policy. For the benefit of the committee, just a few days ago, I was able to convey to the good secretary my aspiration for 16,000 megawatts online by 2045, which I think is eminently achievable because of our large requirement of incremental capacity. I'd like to hear the Secretary's comments on that.
Mr. Chair, indeed in our Philippine Energy Plan, nuclear is included, and if there are 16,000 megawatts that we have investors enough for 16,000 megawatts, that would be more than welcome, Mr. Chair. We do need more base load, and in fact, nuclear is clean base load, so that is more than welcome, Mr. Chair.
The good secretary mentioned private investors. However, this representation also made it clear that there is a way to finance nuclear new build in the country without private investors and without a single peso of appropriations. Is that, if that can be, is that acceptable to the Secretary?
Mr. Chair, we have no objection to that. DOE can make the policies. We don't have the funding for such a, in fact, if you've seen in our proposed budget, we only have like almost 3 billion only in budget. That's more for policies and operations and maintenance. But as to which part of government will invest, and that is something I think Congress can also advise DOE kung how the structure will be, and that is something that actually beyond the budget of DOE currently, Mr. Chair.
So, financing nuclear new build in the country has to do with valuing our nuclear assets, which is the Philippine Nuclear Power Plant number 1, the nuclear village in Bagak, the power line to Parkway to Metro Manila, the CBK pump storage facility, which unfortunately PISALM has auctioned off. I don't understand why, because it's making money, and the auction value is way below the estimated value of PISALM that it could fetch 100 billion pesos. I think they're only able to auction it for like 30 billion or somewhere there. Anyway, this Philippine nuclear assets forms assets of the Republic of the Philippines, which could be converted to equity and be leveraged 7 times. So if theoretically we had a value of $2 billion for these assets, we could borrow $14 billion, and this would be enough to build at least 3,300 megawatts of new capacity in addition to commissioning the existing 620 megawatts in Bataan. So I don't know, what is DOE doing about this, Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Chair, the Bataan assets are still, it's within the under the national government ownership. it's being maintained by NPC. As to DOE itself does not have the mandate to go into power generation or any part of the energy structure. No, our GOCCs, PNOCs onto exploration, Transco is for transmission, and NPC is into SPUG area. So we actually, as of today, based on the mandates that they have and we don't have the power to go into a commercial activity. But if there is a law that will allow that, Mr. Chair, or maybe a new formula, then we would be willing to abide, because this is a much needed base load for the country, Mr. Chair.
Therefore, Mr. Chair, although DOE cannot enter into power generation, it can definitely do the studies and make a proposal to the national government. The nuclear assets of the country can be held in trust so that it could joint venture with vendors, international vendors. Mr. Chair, firstly, I'd like to inform the committee that I have filed an appeal with the Supreme Court to block the sale of the CBK assets in Caliraya. Because the intention is to preserve these assets as equity for Philippine nuclear new build. Madam Secretary, just for the information of the DOE, we have done that. Mr. Chairman, I want to know from the Secretary why the offer of a free feasibility study by the KHMP regarding our PNPP1 signed and witnessed by the Korean President and Philippine President Bongbong Marcos in Malacanang months ago, a year ago, has not yet started. I feel that this hesitation has delayed a nuclear program in the Philippines unacceptably.
Mr. Chair, the Nuclear Energy Program Interagency Committee has been really pushing for this, for the actually free feasibility study from Korea. There were some hindrances that we encountered because of the conditions of Westinghouse at that time, and then we have resolved it around March of this year. Unfortunately, there was a new elections, I think, or new leadership in Korea, so we have to start anew again with a new set of people for us to continue. But I have been informed that when will be completed before February, their objective is to complete it by on or before February of 2026, Mr. Chair.
To complete the study of PNPP1 or nuclear in general in the Philippines?
Batan Nuclear Power Plant, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, just one more point, if I may.
Go ahead.
Yes, this morning I determined that there was a group of people from NEPIAC who appeared in a town in my district, the town of Labrador, where we have convinced a majority of registered voters to support nuclear power. This consultation with the people was not, I was not notified about this, and I have apprehensions about the messaging of the body. They were talking about safety. That is not the communication strategy that this representation would want to pursue. Of course, safety is always important, and should not be brushed aside, but it should not take the lead in the communications to convince our countrymen that nuclear is useful for the Philippines. So I have requested the NEPIAC many times to be included so that we could synchronize our messaging. Unfortunately, the DOE has always disallowed this representation from engaging with NEPIAC. May I know your position, Madam Secretary?
Mr. Chair, based on our first of all, on the visit to Labrador, Mr. Chair, this is part of the committee that's headed by PNRI on the nuclear caravan. They go around the country. And they go to Bataan, and I think they've been to Visayas throughout the year. They go to different areas, especially the schools. We will check with what is included in the program or what is the messaging. I'm not closely involved with the rounds that they do as of today. And then on the inclusion of your representation in the NEPIAC, I previously I was the chair. And then now we are still on transition on transferring the chairmanship to one of the undersecretaries. So we will check, sir, because I think based on the comments of then Secretary Lotilla before, because this is an interagency executive committee, so it might not be. We will check if we can include the legislative, Mr. Chair.
The chair would like to recognize Representative Ustad Yusuf Alano.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Magandang hapon po. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Mr. Chair, tungkol po ito sa power problem po namin sa Basilan. Yung Baselco, in fact, naging paksa po ito ng House Inquiry sa nakaraang na taon. At nitong 2 months ago na 2 beses kaming pinagbantaan ng NAPOCOR para putulan po kami. Although inaamin namin na talagang medyo complicated yung problema namin sa Basilan, at inaamin namin na dapat talagang palakasin yung management, especially para mapigilan yung collection inefficiencies at saka yung system losses. Isa po sa mga tinukoy ng Baselco na part of the solutions to the problems, dapat ma-rehabilitate natin yung linya ng Baselco kasi napaka-obsolete na po ito. Matagal na po yung linya namin, kaya po madalas yung brownout sa amin kasi kahit pong dahon ang nahuhulog sa linya namin, nag-trip off po at saka nagba-blackout po. So, isa po sa panukala ng Baselco yung rehabilitation po. In fact, meron pong letter ang Baselco in which I will be endorsing that letter na humingi po ng pondo para sa total rehabilitation ng aming lines po sa Basilan. Ano po ang magiging commitment po ng ating department po para tulungan po kami kasi mahalaga po sa amin ang power, nakasalalay po dyan, yung hospital namin, yung mga businesses, yung mga pabrika namin pag wala pong reliable power supply. Thank you po, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Mr. Chair, after this hearing, I'll ask NEA and Transco to do a study evaluation so that what will be the cost and what will involve in the total rehabilitation. But I assure you, Mr. Chair, this is one of the top priorities, not more than the DOE, it's of NEA, because they I think regular na yung pag-visit nila. In fact, I've been invited to go there by next month. I'd like to ask Administrator Nani to explain, please. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, for the information of Congressman Alano, I have presented already to then Congressman Mujib and now Governor Mujib a rehab plan for the island of Basilan. And that's why we are working hand in hand right now on trying to seek funds to be used for the rehabilitation program. Alam niyo po kasi yung Baselco, in technical terms, ang mga linya po ay cross-country, meaning to say traversing mountains and traversing forest areas. So, ang rehab plan po na ginawa ng NEA, together with Baselco, is isusunod po ang linya sa tabi ng kalye. So, magiging circumferential at radial. And we are about to implement a competitive selection process wherein the power plants will be strategically located on 3 areas to cover the whole province. So, I mean, that's true. I'm inviting the Secretary of Energy, Sec Sharon, to go with me because we will be conducting a power forum. And it was being well coordinated already with the Governor Mujib and Vice Governor Jim. And we will be meeting up with the mayors and including the barangay captains to assist Baselco for an increased collection efficiency po. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you po. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Madam Secretary.
The chair would like to recognize Deputy Minority Leader Sergio Dagoc.
Thank you again, Chair. Good afternoon, everyone. Tatapusin ko lang po yung ano ko sa ARC muna. As I have said a while ago, no, more on recommendatory lang to na baka pwedeng tingnan because this has implication to the rate that we are charging. Yung pong kanina na policy on customer's choice na magkakaroon tayo ng stranded contract cost. Itong issuance ng ARC, I could no longer recall the resolution number na it is the distribution utilities like electric cooperatives who will require power plants to submit. Ang dami pong nagka-problema ng mga electric co-op doon sa mga show-cause orders na nilalabas ng ERC. Wala naman pong kapangyarihan yung mga co-op na i-pressure or talagang i-insist sa GENCO na hihingin yung mga nire-require natin na documents. Even ERC under EPIRA, wala nga po kayong kapangyarihan. Kaya nga, dinaan nyo na lang sa distribution utility. Sana po matingnan yung resolution na yan kasi napakahirap po mag-comply ng isang bagay na beyond our control. So, can we hear from ERC Chair Nino?
Yes, Chairman. We have already discussed that issue on the requirements imposed on a lot of the distribution utilities for them to submit documents and information about fuel costs of their power suppliers. And we do understand that a lot of these electric cooperatives and other distribution utilities have come back to us and submitted verified explanations to the effect that really they didn't have any persuasive powers over these generation companies, and if ever there are entities that should be imposed a show cause order or penalized, then it should be the these generation companies. At any rate, we are actually already reviewing the Commission's policy on issuance of show cause. So we want that we instill in our regulated entities and other sectors. Of course, we want to instill discipline and compliance, that culture of compliance among them, but not necessarily through the just mere issuance of show cause. Perhaps we can start with regular IEC for us to be able to really educate and inform our constituencies what the requirements are, what should be submitted, and then actually from time to time issue out reminders so that they can be compliant. And as a last recourse, of course, that issuance of show cause orders, but as a last resort. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Chair Nino. Sa Napocor, do you think, Pres Rojas, tama na po yung 13.2 billion para sa fuel natin sa ISPAG for 2026?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Yan po ang aming available estimate based doon sa estimate din ng forecast ng government. Pero in reality po, in all honesty, hindi po namin nasisigurado yon kasi ang bayad po namin sa fuel is kung ano ang value ng MAPS with the time of delivery. So indication lang po talaga yung budget na yon. Pag tumaas po ang presyo ng gasolina, mapupwesahan po tumaas yung per liter purchase namin at maari pong magkulang yung aming buffer stock for the entire year. In which case, at the middle of the year, we have to take stock kung kailangan po namin umorder para mapunuan po yung aming pangangailangan hanggang end of December.
Mr. Chair, may I ask again, Napocor, yung estimates nyo ba sa 13.2 billion ay yung existing number of operating hours sa lahat ng mga power plants sa 29 areas ng ISPAG, o there is already an allocation for a possible increase in operating hours on some areas?
Yung mga nakaschedule pong increases sa operating hours, kasama na po yon.
Okay, ito napaka-importante kasi this is related to the budget for fuel. Imagine, billion ang pinag-usapan dito. Bakit po mababa for the last 3 years nung umupo si Secretary Lotilla, sa kay Secretary Cosico pa siya kino-convince na i-hybridize natin para bababa yung quantity ng fuel, makagamit man lang tayo ng 5 hours, 6 hours in a day sa solar. Napakalaking bagay na po yon, maibaba yung USMA. Bakit po for the last 3 years, mababa pa rin yung accomplishment rate ng hybridization? Ano pong mga obstacles, Mr. Chair?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Ang first and foremost po dyan is hindi naman po kami, ngayon lang din po kami nag-aaral na siyempre may learning curve po, bagong technology. Pangalawa, isa pa pong reason na ba't nahihirapan po kami is yung mga sites po na gusto namin lagyan, malalayo po at saka maliliit yung capacity. So nagkakaroon po kami ng failure of bidding pag walang may interesadong mag-bid doon sa mga projects na yon. Tapos isa po pong rason na we recently realized is that karamihan po ng contractor na nakukuha namin are suppliers. Kasi sila ang meron silang solar PV, meron silang baterya. Pero karamihan po sa kanila, kung supplier sila, nagkukulang po din sila sa engineering knowledge para matapos yung project. So marami rin pong nade-delay. But be that it is may, nakatapos na po kami ng 4, dapat nga po 5, kaya lang nasira ng bagyo. But we will continue to escalate the hybridization of our own power plants.
Mr. Chair. Actually, the DOE has been pushing for the hybridization since 2022, Mr. Chair. And we will continue to push, and we will involve NEA also in the hybridization kasi maybe it's easier to to contract directly with the co-op rather than through NPC, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
I agree with that, no, Mr. Chair. However, bago natin na-introduce yung hybrid decision, year in, year out, pang-anim na taon ko na dito sa Kongreso, part of your budget is procurement ng mga bagong gensets. Tama po ba, Mr. Chair?
Meron na pong directive ang board ng National Power na pinagbawal na po ang procurement.
Yun nga, ang tanong ko, noong hindi pa natin na-introduce yung hybrid decision, sa time ni Secretary Lotilla, year in, year out, kasama sa budget ng Napocor, yung procurement ng bagong genset. Tama?
Tama po yun.
Okay, so, kaya ang pinagtataka ko, kung nagawa natin magkaroon ng budget, NPC ang nagpapabid ng genset, bakit ngayon inaasa natin sa private? Kasi ang sabi ko naman kay Secretary, instead na bagong genset, yung bibilhin natin, fuel na naman, tayuan nyo na lang kasi may planta na tayo, may genset na tayo doon. Yung mga additional capacity doon sa nag-increase na demand ng mga area, solar na para hindi na bagong genset. Para para in one stone, dalawang ibon yung natin. Renewable, carbon emission at saka lowering UCMA at saka yung subsidy dahil nababa yung Baka pwedeng pag-aralan ninyo yan na Pris Rojas na kung nag-failure yung bid, naipasa na natin yung Microgrid Act. Ako naman, napakahirap na ipasa yung na yun. Halos lulod na kami kay Senator Sherwin para magkaroon ng counterpart bill yun. Bakit hindi nagamit natin yung Microgrid Act? So, doon sa DOE, Mr. Chair, yan yung dalawang issue ko sa Napocor na tingnan nyo kasi malaking impact niyan sa fuel subsidy natin at saka sa UCMA, yung hybrid decision. Dito sa if the chair will allow a few more kasi napaka-importante yung thank you, Chair, no. Ang problema natin sa Zamboanga at sa Misamis Occidental ay yun, katulad din ng problema ni DS Mendoza. It's a transmission, fluctuation. Hindi po yun, yung distribution. So, ang inaano ko dito, we can solve that through embedded generation. Kaya nga lang, yung CSP roles natin ngayon, salamat nga kay Secretary Lotilla, kay Yusik pa dati, Secretary natin ngayon, we are able to convince Secretary Lotilla na taasan yung cap, yung embedded from 5 to 10. Pero maybe for the meantime, tingnan muna natin yung circular na yan kasi nakabinbin pa yung ibang project ng NGCP. While waiting for that, makalagyan muna natin ang transition, i-allow muna ng embedded para ma-solve natin yung low voltage doon sa mga dulo-dulo na mga electric cooperatives like Zamboanga City, Misamis Occidental, okay sa Oriental kasi malapit-lapit pa sila. Baka pwede nating tingnan, i-allow muna ng embedded yung mga yan, maka-reduce pa tayo ng cost kasi bawas transmission charge na kaagad ang mangyari doon. Then may nakalimutan pa ako sa pwede nang hindi sagutin yon. Gusto ko lang, I am appealing na ma-review na as a transition, kasi hindi po madali yung pag-upgrade ng transmission. Plus may pinapasok pa tayong mga bagong renewable, another upgrading na naman ng linya natin yan, ng transmission. So, ang isa pa yung IPSA provision natin, na yan yung nagiging problema dati sa Mindoro. So, baka po pwedeng kung wala pang bagong kontrata, i-allow muna na continue yung subsidy sa mga ISPAG. I-allow muna ng ERC while hindi pa sila halimbawa failure of bidding. Kasi kawawa, Palawan, yung kay Catanduanes, yung kay Congressman Rodriguez, the people are made to pay the true cost. Sa Section 70 naman natin sa IPIRA, malinaw. Kaya may subsidy dahil in order not to violate the Equal Protection Clause of the Constitution, na while yung ISPAG areas, wala na ngang trabaho, isla pa, 20 pesos. Sa mga mainland, 11, 10, nagrereklamo na kung 12. To avoid that unconstitutionality ng IPIRA, nilagyan natin ng section 70. So baka pwede nating ma-review na naman yung mga ganyan na wag namang mag-suffer yung mga tao. Hindi naman nila kasalanan na nabinbin sa ERC yung PSA. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for allowing me.
Mr. Chair,
Go ahead.
since these are policies that Congressman Dagoc has been pursuing, we will present to him the policy changes that we have done already under public consultation. All, not just the two items on UCME for EPSA, and then the other one was the embedded, the increase on the embedded, and also on the CSP rules on so that we can minimize the line rental, Mr. Chair. Those three we will send to your office, Mr. Chair.
Iba talaga si Secretary Sharon. Iniisip ko pa, ginagawa nila. Thank you, Sik. Thank you.
The chair would like to recognize Representative Mark Coangco.
Ako na ba? Yeah. Madam Chair, my first question is regarding the PEP, renewable energies in the PEP. Is it listed as nominal capacity or delivered electricity?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yusek Guevara can answer for the question.
Madam Chair, it is listed as both. We list it in megawatts and we also list it in megawatt hours.
So when you say 50%, what do you mean?
50% in megawatt hours.
So if it's 50% in megawatt hours, what is the equivalent nominal capacity?
I don't have the exact numbers, but for right now, just an example, the megawatts is 29 to 30%, and the megawatt hours is 22% right now. So we imagine that if we're going for 50% renewables of megawatt hours, the amount in megawatts would be maybe around 70 to 80% in megawatts.
Unfortunately, my calculator says something else, Your Honor. If you're going for 50% delivered at 30% capacity factor, you're talking of 167% nominal capacity. In other words, the target is unreasonably high. Mahirapan po tayong gumawa niyan. Magiging napaka-unstable ng ating grid. And so, I think the DOE needs to look at this again on a practical side. Madam Chair, gusto ko lang sabihin yung wind-solar promotional budget. This is for the Secretary. Meron po tayong RE Trust Fund, di ba? Kumukuha ng contribution sa PCSO at saka sa PAGCOR. Correct? May objection ba kayo na manggaling din dyan ang promotional fund ng nuclear power? Assuming with legislation.
Yes, sir. We can consider that. I just have to check the list of under the law, no?
But personally, do you have an objection to legislation making nuclear also a recipient of this trust?
Sir, if it's under legislation, then we don't have any objection to that.
Okay, thank you. And then my next question is, dito po sa plano ninyo, may hydrogen po kayo. Lahat po ng bansa umaatras na sa hydrogen. From the generating cost to the storage problems to so many other problems. Why are we trying to do this when all the rich countries are finding this impossible?
I have Yusek Sandy, who's in the upstream, answer.
Thank you. Just to clarify, when we talk about hydrogen, in the DOE, we look at two types of hydrogen. The first one is what we can classify as manufactured hydrogen. So, ito yung na-hype in the last few years that we make hydrogen from renewable energy sources and principally by electrolysis, yung water, kuryente nila, maghihiwalay. But the current push of the department, there is a new field that's emerging in the last 5 years. Ang tawag po ay natural hydrogen. So this is hydrogen in gaseous state.
Which is also scammy, sir.
Well,
my point is, iksian ko po, no? Magkano ba ang gagastusin natin to pursue this?
Well, wala kasi ang ating sistema for the natural hydrogen is under the petroleum service contract system. Yung private investor, they get the contract and they spend for all of the work.
But how much budget are you asking for in this budget to support these activities?
Well, wala po kasi contracting to eh. Yung private investors po ang lalapit sa atin kung interesado silang i-pursue, then they can apply for the contracts.
Mr. Chairman, my next question is for the Secretary. Meron po kayong kinundak na survey sa social acceptability ng nuclear power under the Marcos administration. Bakit nyo po tinatago ang resulta? Bakit kinailangan ko pa bilang isang kongresista at chairman ng Nuclear Energy Committee na i-invoke ang Freedom of Information Act? Ano ba po ang tinatago nyo?
Mr. Chair, I think the office of the good congressman has requested, and I think the division has already sent a copy to the good congressman, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes po, but bakit pahirapan pa? And then, why don't you voice the results of the survey? And the results are that nuclear is popular in the Philippines, including in Bataan. So there is a political entity in Bataan opposing the operation of PNPP-1, but it goes against the survey. Bakit po ganon?
Sir, the political, I think that's a political decision of the leaders there, no? But we can release the results.
Hindi po eh. May resulta kayo ng survey that contradicts the position of the political entity in Bataan. Why don't you make your findings public?
Yes, sir. We will make it public soon enough with the...
Thank you po.
Yeah, thank you.
Another point, Mr. Chairman, dito po sa lahat ng documentation ng DOE, pag sinabing RE, nandun pala ang hydro at geothermal at mga naaasahang RE. But when the public is talking about RE, they are talking about wind and solar. Pwede ba po nating once and for all ipaghiwalay yan? When we talk of RE, wind and solar, if we talk hydro, let's call it RE hydro. If we talk geothermal, let's call it RE geothermal, so that the public is not confused, Your Honors.
Yes, Mr. Chair. We will advise our bureaus, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
The chair would like to recognize Representative Alan T.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In relation to the question of Congressman Dagook, may we ask Napocor, how much is the budget in the proposed 2026 NEP of Napocor?
The COB for 2026 is about 42.51 billion, Mr. Chair.
In relation to that budget, Mr. Chairman, may I ask those subsidies to NPC, are the generators being paid on time out of the subsidies given by the national government?
The reference is to the private generators, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
In general, yes, they are paid on time. There are some delays because the lack of documentation. These are documents coming from far places. Minsan na delay. But so as a policy, they are paid, I think, within 2 months of billing, the billing cycle.
So, Mr. Chairman, may we be furnished with the copies of those not NAPOC paid or those payees of the private generators for a copy of those payments made to the
Yes, Mr. Chair, we will comply.
And for GAA 2025 as well for GAA 2024.
Yes, we will include those as well.
Mr. Chairman, may I ask when can they submit the list of payees made by NAPOCOR?
We will shoot for the next 2 days, Mr. Chair, to comply with the data.
I'm acceptable to that, Mr. Chairman. So we expect to receive the list of payees paid by NAPOCOR. So, Mr. Chairman, may I ask, do we have a representative of COA? None. But if we ask the NAPOCOR, is the UCME being audited by COA? Subject to audit by COA?
Yes, Mr. Chair, it is audited by COA.
How about by the ERC?
Yes, Mr. Chair, the COA audit is submitted also to ERC, and we confirm and take a look at that COA audit report of the UCME utilization.
May we get a copy? Can you please submit before this committee a copy of the audit report?
Yes, Mr. Chair, we will submit, we will comply.
And when can we expect to receive a copy of that audit report by ERC? For
Yes, if possible within the week or at the latest next week, Mr. Chair.
when next week?
Within the week, by Thursday or Friday.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, Mr. Chairman, may we ask the National Transmission Corporation? Do you have a representative of National Transportation Corporation or
Yeah.
Transco?
Mr. Chair,
So, how much is your corporate funds for fiscal year 2026?
good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Our corporate operating budget for 2026 is 23.4 billion.
And how do you intend to use the corporate budget for 2026? Are you sure? Because based on the table E, number 11, sources and uses of funds under the National Expenditure Program, your corporate budget amounts to only 15.386 billion.
Our cash allocation need would only be at 11.08 billion because some of our budgetary requirements would be non-cash.
So, how about the utilization rate for 2025? How much was your corporate funds?
For 2025, our approved budget is at 21 billion.
And the uses? Did
And
you utilize?
up to June of this year, we have utilized about 41%.
41%. How about for 2024, sorry, that's 15.386. Can you confirm?
Yep.
I
For
cannot hear you.
2024, it's about 15 billion.
Correct. So I'm mistaken. So the correct amount is 15.386 for 2024, and for 2025 that's 21 billion more or less. And for 2026 that's 23.424961.
That's correct, Mr. Chair.
So how about for the payment of right of way? How much is the automatic appropriation for fiscal year 2025?
For 2025, our budget is at 6.5 billion.
6.5 billion. That is the payment for for right of way of
That's
transmission line.
correct, Mr. Chair.
How about for 2026?
For 2026, it's at 8 billion, sir.
That will be taken from your source from custom duties and taxes, including tax
No,
expenditures?
sir.
Or that is your corporate funds?
Yes, sir.
How about your automatic appropriation? Don't you get anything from the share from the custom duties and taxes?
No government subsidy.
No government subsidy.
Yes, sir.
So the 6.5 billion is sourced from your own corporate funds.
Yes, sir.
Can you confirm?
That's correct, sir.
For 2025.
Yes.
And for 2026?
The same.
The same. So, Mr. Chairman, may I request for a copy of those landowners that they have paid for 2024 and 2025 out of their corporate funds?
We will provide, Mr. Chair.
A list of those that have been paid, and how many are pending. There are pending claims, I suppose.
Yes, we will include that information in our submission, Mr. Chair.
So in your 2024 budget, you have already fully utilized the amount for the payment of for the payment of right of way.
The 5.5 billion is 94% is 100% utilized.
About for 2026, 2025.
For 2025, for 41%, we'll provide the exact number because right now we don't have the details at the moment.
Mr. Chairman, may we request when can they provide us the list?
Within the week, Friday at the latest, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chair, I just wanted to add on the issue of right of way with Transco. Also, it will not finish within this term or the next term. It will take decades to wrap up the issue on right of way. In fact, more than 50% of the allotted budget of Transco actually goes to interests. So there is it's time to review. I just wanted to take the opportunity. It's time to review the policies that we have in Transco's payment of right of way. And also, I have asked Transco a few weeks ago to restructure to revisit the policy on when does the board approve and when does the board approval is not needed in payment of right of way. It's supposed to be 50 million and up will be board decision, but below that or 49.999 would be without board approval. So those are things that we are currently discussing with Transco, Mr. Chair.
So, Mr. Chairman, is the Secretary would not want to request for additional funding for Transco and request for institutional amendments for the increase for the subsidy of Transco, particularly on the payment of right of way?
Mr. Chair, the Transco receives has income, correct me if I'm mistaken, from the concession of NGCP and other income also, Mr. Chair. I think they also get from they work closely with Bisal on this. But first and foremost, rather than the request for additional budget, I think it's to restructure our our procedure and our policies on the right of way payments, Mr. Chair, before we add additional budget.
But Mr. Chairman, may we ask the Transco if they receive subsidy in for fiscal year 2024?
There's no subsidy,
There's none.
Mr.
There's
Chair.
none. All right, thank you. Mr. Chairman, may we ask Nea, can you confirm that your proposed net appropriation for fiscal year 2026 is 6.444200?
Saan ba yan?
13.
Our proposal was 29.996 billion, Mr. Chair.
What I'm asking, Mr. Chairman, is your net, your national expenditures program. Can you just confirm 6.444?
Oh, sorry. It's 5.642.34, Mr. Chair.
5.6. But you have, based on the subsidy that you will be getting from the national government, would amount to, under the special provision, would amount to 5 point something, 5.4 something. Can you confirm? 5.4
Yeah, I believe it's 5.4 without the emergency resiliency fund of how much is it? 200 million, sir.
Correct. So the total amount would amount to 5,434,200,000. That is a subsidy that you will be receiving from the national government.
5.642.34
Yes, plus the 200 million
plus 200 million.
for the Electric Cooperatives Emergency and Resiliency Fund.
Yes, sir.
How about your GAA for 2025?
My GAA, the NEA's GAA on 2025 was 5.084.67, sir.
Thank you. So about regarding the procurement process under this GAA 2025. So there is there was a appropriation for photovoltaic. How do you call this?
Photovoltaic mainstream, sir.
Photovoltaic. How much was allotted for it?
For 2025, it was saan ba? Hindi ko makita. Hindi ko makita.
13.
For 2025, it's 120 million, sir.
Is it that you have an program appropriation that was released for fiscal year 2024 in the amount of 3 billion?
Yes,
Can you
sir.
confirm?
That was released by DBM after DOE and NEA presented to DOF, DBM, and NEDA on the need for supplemental budget.
Correct. So, Mr. Administrator, Mr. Chairman, may we ask the Administrator, are your agency's procurement activities being conducted in accordance with the Government Procurement Reform Act and its implementing rules?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Administrator, during the procurement planning stage, did you take into consideration the life cycle assessment and life cycle analysis under the procurement law?
Yes, sir.
Do you have a copy of all those, the local?
We will provide to the committee the product to inform the committee. The photovoltaic mainstreaming was mainly designed by University of the Philippines. The study was conducted by the University of the Philippines. NEA and UP has a memorandum of agreement with University of the Philippines to supply us of the needed technical data and design. And we can submit it to the committee, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, Mr. Administrator, is a warranty clause required or optional in your agency's procurement contracts under the government procurement law?
Warranties are required, sir.
Warranty
Yes, sir.
under the procurement law. So can you please, about this solar home system or the PVM, correct?
Yes.
Is this expendable or non-expendable supplies?
Sir, Mr. Chair, the PVM solar home system on the battery component, UP prescribed a 10-year warranty.
My question is it expendable or non-expendable?
Non-expendable, sir.
None, are you sure?
Yes, sir.
Can you please define to us what is expendable and non-expendable under the government procurement law?
I'd like to remind Representative your time is up, but we'll
Yes,
wait for the...
Mr. Chairman, I can ask for a third round, Mr. Chairman.
Expendable is, I believe there is amount corresponding to the warranties and not consumed in ordinary use. Non-expendable is inherent to the item being supplied.
Mr. Chairman, I will reserve my question later in the third round and make a clarification on that definition of expendable and non-expendable. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
1 minute suspension.
Picturean ko, sir, isend ko sa ano.
Sige, sige.
Session resume. The chair would like to recognize Rep. Alan T. A 1 minute suspension.
Mr. Chairman.
Hearing resume. The chair would like to recognize Rep. Alan T.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, Mr. Chairman, may we ask the administrator for the copy of the procurement activities for the PVMs for GAA 2025, for fiscal year 2024, and for fiscal year 2025?
Mr. Chair, we will submit immediately. By tomorrow, we will submit.
So, Mr. Chairman, as earlier mentioned by our administrator, that a warranty clause is required, is mandatory under the procurement law. May I be shown? Can you please present the slide, Mr. Chairman, about the supplemental bid bulletin number 25-01?
Mr. Chair, can I be allowed to redefine expendable and unexpendable, Mr. Chair?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
So,
Mr. Administrator.
Mr. Chair, under Republic Act RA 9184, expendable goods are those consumed in use within 1 year, converted during manufacturing, or significantly decrease in value after 1 year. In contrast, non-expendable supplies are durable articles not consumed in use, retain their identity, have a service a life longer than 1 year, and add to government assets. In this case, Mr. Chair, the photovoltaic mainstreaming under the terms of reference in the bidding conducted by NEA is non-expendable.
Thank you for the answer, Mr. Administrator. So now we know that this item that is subject of procurement is expendable.
Non-expendable.
Non-expendable. Thank you. So, Mr. Chairman, can you, is Mr. Engineer Raymond Napilot, the chairperson and Bids Award Committee, is present?
Yes, sir. He is the acting deputy administrator for technical services of NEA.
Is he present? Today's hearing?
Yes, sir. He is here.
Can we ask him to explain to us about the supplemental bid bulletin number 25-01?
Mr. Chair, can Mr. Napilot be given time to locate the said subject bid bulletin in his computer?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Sir.
Can you confirm that the one presented in the slide is the very same document in your possession?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
A while ago, your administrator mentioned that it is mandatory that a warranty clause is required under non-expendable supplies. My question is, under Section 5 of your supplemental bid bulletin, number 25-01, particulars and amendments. There are two columns, particulars, queries, and amendments. In Section 5, can you please state the conditions?
Section 5, special conditions of the contract spare parts. The supplier shall carry sufficient inventories to assure stock supply of consumable spare parts or components for goods throughout the warranty period.
There's the word warranty. Am I correct?
Yes, during the warranty period.
Why is that there is an amendment or clarification? And can you please read to us the amendments or clarifications?
Mr. Chair, it was
No,
defined.
please read for us first.
Sorry. Spare parts, the supplier shall carry sufficient inventories to assure stock supplies of consumable spare parts or components for goods for a period of 10 years.
So the word warranty was already deleted. Am I correct? Based on the amendments that you propose under the supplemental bid bulletin?
Mr. Chair, if I may, in this specify, we have...
No. My question, engineer, is can you just confirm that the word warranty was deleted? Please.
Yes, it was replaced po, sir. Mr.
It was
Chair.
deleted and replaced. So there's no more warranty under the supplemental bid bulletin. Can you confirm?
It was replaced for a period of 10 years, which is the warranty period, Mr. Chair.
Is it not very clear that while ago I asked you why is there a deletion of the word warranty? Why it was omitted intentionally based on your reading in the supplemental bulletin?
It was replaced, Mr. Chair, for a period of 10 years, which is the warranty period, sir.
Then why did you receive the word? Why did you delete the word warranty?
Mr. Chair, it may be for the TWG and the SBAC, it is to define that the warranty period is the same as the period of 10 years, Mr. Chair.
There's a big difference, Mr. Engineer, because there's no synonymous word for warranty in that clarification. But my question my question to you is, will you reconsider making another supplemental bid bulletin by inserting the word warranty?
Mr. Chair, if I may, the said warranty period is defined in the terms of reference and in the bidding documents, Mr. Chair. And we have just specified the equivalent warranty period for that particular equipment, sir.
But why
Mr.
there
Chair.
is a need to make a supplemental if there's already is it not the supplemental is based on the term of reference? Is it not?
Mr. Chair, is to precisely define the period, the warranty period, or the number of years in the warranty period, Mr. Chair.
Correct. But my question is, your administrator did say that there is it's mandatory that the word warranty be included always in the terms of reference. How come that now it's being deleted in your supplemental bid bulletin?
Mr. Chair, if
ahead,
with
go ahead.
all due respect also to NEA, no? As the chair of the board of NEA will instruct the board as well as the legal and get the legal opinion on the matter discussed by Honorable T. papacheck po namin sa legal namin sa DOE as well as with the have it reviewed all over again by the board. And should there be a need, we will push for a supplemental, what do you call it, bulletin in order to make it clearer and fair to all concerned, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. So, Mr. Chairman, so I would like to ask also, is those already bidded projects that have been supplied, have it undergone testing?
Mr. Chair?
Factory acceptance tests.
Mr. Chair, let me assure the committee that all biddings upon award, representatives from the cooperative and NEA do conduct a factory acceptance testing in the port of origin, in the place of origin, which is in China, of all this PVM.
Mr. Chairman, how about on the part of the end user? Let's say the electric cooperatives, as I know.
Mr. Chair, I did mention that the delegation of contingency doing a factory acceptance testing is representative from the co-op, the end user, which stands to be the end user, and NEA.
But the ultimate end users would be those without electricity. Am I correct, Mr. Chairman? We have a list of those beneficiaries. Or probably our Congressman Dagook can explain to us the manner and procedure of the distribution of PVMs. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Can I be recognized, Mr. Chair?
Go ahead.
Ang ginagawa po kasi dyan, halimbawa, Cheryl ko kasama doon sa pinapabid na PVM. During the bidding, may representative yung technical manager or back chairman ng co-op. Din kung may award na, yung acceptance test doon sa factory, kasama din yung mga representative ng mga co-op na kasama doon sa recipient nung Kasi napakahirap din naman kung halimbawa, lahat ng barangay captain sa mga area na yon ay dadalhin natin sa parang hindi kakayanin sa budget. So, kaya yung co-op kasi under the MOA, yung co-op ang magmi-maintain. Kasi dati yung SHS or solar home systems, hindi siya nagiging epektibo kasi ibigay sa bahay, kung masira yung battery, walang pambili yung may-ari ng bahay kasi mga malalayo na to, mga bundok na yung not practical na mag-extend tayo ng linya, mga na yun scattered houses sa bundok. So ngayon binago natin yung na mayroon ng obligasyon ang electric co-op na may franchise sa lugar na yan to maintain. Kaya may kunti ng amount na babayaran yung recipient para pambili kung i-replace yung battery. So in this case, the electric co-op represents the recipients of all the SHS under its coverage area. So mayroon namang representative din. Yung representative na yan ang nagmi-maintain, nag-install. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
1 minute suspension. Di ba pwedeng padala mo yung end user doon? I-check na lahat yun. Meron labo yata yun. Nani, kaya mong ipadala lahat yung mga end user.
Oo naman.
Lalong questionin ang niya, saan kayo kumuha ng pera na
pamasahe
sa lahat? 39 in Siargao, 1,000 yun. Pero yun mo yung pamasahe papunta.
Tapos 30,000 yung pamasahe pa Siargao.
Uh, Hearing resume.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, Mr. Chairman, based on the commitments made by the touch agencies concerned, I expect, Your Honor, that those commitment that they will submit, the requirements that this representation as be submitted. And I have no more questions, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, permission to personally hand down the board resolutions of the board administrators to Congressman Anandi.
Go ahead. One minute suspension. Session resume.
Yeah, Mr. Chair will submit all the documents mentioned, including this, within as prescribed by the committee. No, kung
Noted.
kailan yung deadline.
Ano meron iba?
By tomorrow.
Hindi iba. Basta may timetable iba.
Lahat-lahat
Noted,
ng request.
noted. Thank you.
Thank you very much. With the permission of Representative Dinan Hernandez, if I may ask a few questions lang po to the DOE family and to the ERC. First question po is with regard to the City Electrification Program, the CEP. So, if I may ask po, admin, my apologies, but if I may ask lang po, if you already have a list of priority areas that would be funded by the city electrification program.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. We have a list already. We can prepare it and submit it to the committee. However, ma'am, we always reserve the position of amending it because sometimes the electric co-op is that cannot accept subsidy yet because some unliquidated. Yun lang po ang problema. Yung mga ibang co-op kasi nakaprogram nung aming i-implement na hindi namin maibaba yung pondo dahil may liquidation issues pa. And in that case, ma'am, nililipat namin sa ibang nakaredy na.
May I know how much the fund is and what the allocation, proposed allocation would be for the city electrification program for FY 2026?
Ma'am, based on the NEP, the city electrification allocation is at 3.2 billion.
In terms of distribution, may you please enlighten the committee on the areas or all regions covered?
Ma'am, it has been the policy of NEA to prioritize the island of Mindanao because we are really low in these areas, especially the presidential directive of prioritizing the geographically and isolated depressed areas, ma'am.
May you please furnish the committee with a list of the priority areas for CEP for FY 2026? And similarly po, may we ask for a historical, a target of the historical accomplishment of NEA CEP for the last 5 years po siguro, if you may please give that to us.
Okay, ma'am.
Kasi po, we've been receiving a lot of reports that there are many areas in the country that are still in need of electrification that are not reached by CEP. Despite providing justification and despite talking to NEA, both from the part of residents and also the electric cooperative. So siguro po, we just want to be able to hit it against each other po. Compare which areas have been serviced, which areas are planned to be serviced for FY 2026. And finally po, alam ko, meron yung roadmap, di ba?
Yes,
For
ma'am.
SEP. So,
Yes,
may
ma'am.
also please share that with the committee kung ano po yung roadmap, the other areas that would still need to be serviced or put into the SEP.
We will prepare that, ma'am.
Apo.
Mr. Chair, Madam Chair.
Yes po, Secretary.
For the total electrification program, it's a multi-agency. NEA is the main agency for the implementation, but there's a multi-agency, and wherein the distribution utilities are also included, ECs, NEA, NPC, lahat included siya. And that's how we came up with the almost 70 billion budget for a total electrification. So very detailed yan siya. And those are all our priorities, in fact, no? Kasi everybody, I mean, it's important that everybody gets connected. Mindanao being the lowest in percentage, hence being the priority. But there's also electrification as a program. There's the microgrid program also na kung isolated siya, pwede siya microgrid din. And then there's the solarization, let's say, no? Which is not as big scale as the electrification, pero pwede yung mga bahay, i-solarize mo. And then the last would be yung pag-connect. Hindi sila malayo, pero hindi lang sila connected. And that's out of the 2.5 million households, I think 1 point something dyan yung 1.3 ang for connection lang. For some reason, it's not connected, whether it's on the part of the electric co-op or the consumer itself. Pero as far as electrification, doon po papasok yung NEA. But there are other components in the total electrification program.
Thank you very much po for sharing that with us po, Secretary Rin. So, siguro po for the part of the committee lang po, would like to request kind of a time series of historical accomplishment, what's planned for FY 2026, and the roadmap for the succeeding years po for the city electrification program. Thank you very much po. By when would you be able to furnish the committee with that po, admin?
Ma'am, can we be given until Thursday?
That would be acceptable to the committee. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Po. Yeah. Thank you po, Sec. Thank you po, admin. Next question po for the ERC, if I may ask po, Chairperson Juan, one of the things that was raised by ERC during today's hearing is a request for additional manpower, right? There's a deficiency for the ERC in terms of manpower. However, taking a look at the staffing plan po for ERC, we found that there are about 40 unfilled positions. So, would those unfilled positions not be sufficient to augment whichever manpower requirements are lacking po on the part of the ERC?
Madam Chair, those unfilled positions are the entry-level positions that we have. However, the existing qualification standards for these positions were set at quite high in terms of experience, educational. So we found it very difficult to fill up these positions of like an attorney 3 or attorney 4 because we're competing also with other government agencies or offices, including the judiciary, for these talents. So we have actually pending request with the civil service for modification of the qualification standard. So we will be able to lower them a bit and then be able to fill up these positions at least with additional warm bodies, even if these are fairly entry level or employees or staff that would lack in experience. Hopefully we will be able to train them over time and make them really productive and contribute a lot to the organization. However, we would need also the expert staff, like in our reset process.
there is embedded in each reset for the revision of the rates of our private distribution utilities, a regulatory expert to be able to assist the Commission in the study and evaluation of the proposed weighted average cost of capital, and also the report on the OPEX and the CAPEX plan of each distribution utility. So in terms of the reset process, we will need if this will be on a regular basis, the need for regulatory consultants, then perhaps we can just already embed them in the organizational staffing pattern of ERC. Before, there was a technical arm of ERC, the GMC and the DMC, or the Grid Management Committee and the Distribution Management Committee. However, for issues on their budgeting, because their budgets are supposed to come from the distribution utilities and NGCP. However, it is ERC that mandates them to contribute for the budget. We aren't able to already continue with this Grid Management Committee and Distribution Management Committee, which are provided for in the Philippine Distribution Code and the Philippine Grid Code. Before, ERC was able to utilize the talents of the staff and also the members of the board of these two bodies, because these come from the industry. These are experienced executives, high level, from the distribution and the transmission and the SO. But we lack that technical arm now, and so as one of the things that we can propose is to revive perhaps a body or a group that may be embedded within ERC that would be staffed with experts or those with high-level experience already. So that may require additional budget and also some reorganization within ERC.
Would the request be in terms of providing additional budget for the additional requirements that you have that are outside of what's already available in the staffing pattern, would that necessarily have to come from the GAA, or would it be possible for you to pull? I understand that ERC has to remit all of your income to the treasury, but is that the limitation there? You would need additional funding from the GAA, given that you're not able to funnel some of your income towards filling those positions, those higher level positions.
Yes, Madam Chair, although we are able to assess supervision and regulatory fees on the regulated entities, all the proceeds of these assessments go to the National Treasury, and so we aren't able to utilize any portion of it. What we only utilize as for our operating expenses and capital outlay, of course, are those in the GAA.
Noted in that po. When I heard about the request for additional manpower, I immediately looked at the staffing pattern for the ERC and found that there are about 40 unfilled positions. But as you enlightened the committee, mga entry-level positions lang po, yung 40. Hindi kasi namin makita po yung disaggregation from our side as to what levels or as to levels those 40 are. So at least you let us know po, Chair, na it's really like mostly entry-level that's available. Kulang yung nasa mas specialized na jobs and positions. So siguro po Kong Dinand, if I may po, as a wrap up lang po, I would like to pose the question to Secretary Garin and to Chairperson Juan. I understand that you had a lot of proposals, proposed projects submitted to the DBM for consideration for the FY 2026 NEP. Given the limited fiscal space, not all of them were given sufficient funding. So if there are priority programs on the part of the DOE or the ERC that are really time critical and would need to be funded, we'd like to give the space also for you to be able to raise that for the consideration of the committee.
Madam Chair, for 3 years already, we've been requesting this for this project. It's the, how do you call it, graduometric study. It's a survey of the Philippines on what are the assets or the resources we have for exploration purposes. Kasi we keep on going and trying to sell our country for them to come here and to explore gas and petroleum. But we don't have the gradiometric study. We have old data. If we have the data, the new data and updated, it's easier to bring in more investors. We want more of Malampaya. Malampaya has brought in about 23 years, and that's $14 billion, I think, that they have remitted to the national treasury. Ano? So we want more of that. They remit about 20 billion pesos every year. And that's one Malampaya. Study is about 2 billion, ma'am. That's the ROI is way beyond, no? So, and we will have more of them. We will have 20 billion yearly of times how many contracts we will have of Malampayas we have. So that's one thing that we have been asking, because this is we have a budget of 3 billion and we cannot shoulder the almost 2 billion siguro yun, over above the 2 billion lang. It can be a multi-year naman na allocation, about 2 years body siya split. But this is one investment that we have been trying to push. Kung meron lang, ma'am. But we've been trying to find other ways to fund it. But so far, after 3 years, wala pang ano. Pero yun lang yung, for us, that's the major, as to our staffing and I know our buildings need more, but I think this can already help as well the collections of the government eventually.
Sec Sharon, if you may please enlighten us, what was it called? Regiment study?
I'm sorry, our in-house geologist will explain to you what it is. Yusek Sandy.
I think po, if it's highly technical, even just the what it's called po, and the funding requirements. If Sec Sharon mentioned that it can be multi-year, how far up, how long can we actually split it? Like, does it have to be really 2 years, or can we actually split it across more years po?
Well, the program was split into 2 phases for 3 years. Yun yung sinubmit namin proposals.
What's it called po?
We call it the Philippine Gradiometric Survey. So it's going to be a regional survey. It will be undertaken by ano ba tawag doon? By airplanes. So parang aerial survey. So it will be relatively quick to undertake. Dahil you just fly over the areas and gather gravity and magnetic data for
Got
those
it.
areas.
Okay. It's called the Philippine Gradiometric Study at a cost of around 2 billion pesos that can be split across 3 years. Okay po. So, we'll request po, Sec Sharon, that's a really good business case for it actually. Like, the ROI can be recovered, like what's like a 1.5 year ROI for the program. So if we may please request for additional information as well as the costing, the ROI as Secretary Sharon raised to the committee. So we'll take a note of that po. Yes po, Secretary.
Chair, I'm sorry. That's from the Upstream, but I think Yusek Guevara, our staunch supporter of RE, would like to comment on something.
Thank you, Secretary. I'm pushing for a yearly budget for total electrification. We did a study on the benefits of electrification. If you increase the electricity from 0 to 8 hours in a place, the income will increase by 18%. If you increase it from 8 hours to 16 hours, income will increase by 30%. And if you go from 16 hours to 24, it will increase by 50%. So yung hinihingi po nating budget for total electrification over a period of 3 or 4 years, ang return po niya time is 4 na every year matatanggap. So if we invest 10 billion, the return is 40 billion in just 1 year. In just 1 year, that is the contribution to the GDP of the increase in income. So we hope that the good chair would consider na yearly po, kasi hindi natin pwede siyang gawin na one shot lang po eh.
Yeah.
And the detailed plan of the NEA will show you how it's going to be used to the last centavo.
Actually po, Yusek, that's why I was really probing on the SEP kanina kasi I understand the value of total electrification as well. As you shared as well, hindi rin natin kaya po yung one shot 10 billion all-in-one investment for total electrification. So, siguro po, if we may, if I understand, 3.6 billion po yung nasa SEP, ay, 3.2
billion, ma'am.
billion. So, would that not be sufficient po for this year?
Madam Chair, ang kailangan po natin talaga, 10 billion ng 10 billion for 7 years para mabuo po talaga siya. The higher the amount given, the shorter the time that we will achieve total electrification. Nasuma total na po na 70 billion So, kung ang bibigay po 3 billion per year, it will take us 25 years before we are totally electrified. Thank you po.
We have a proposal on that. Nani, sorry. We actually earn money, for the national government. For example, PISAM privatizes our assets. The last privatization was the CBK, which is 35 billion. That's not in the GAA, actually. Those are things that we are trying to talk to DBM and Finance. Na whatever we have as proceeds, we can utilize for electrification. So if we can add some funds whenever we sell something, and I think that we just need a provision in the GAA na pwede namin gawin yun in case there's a income coming from privatization or any of our activities, whether it's through PNOC, through their activities, or PISAM through privatization, just to allow us to access those funds. Of course, with approval of DBM, DOF, and everybody else. Pero it doesn't have to be directly naman na yung 10 ibabawas namin sa ibang agencies. But we can find sources. We just need access to that.
Ma'am?
Yes po, Admin.
Ma'am, I just would like to take this opportunity to stress the need for us to modify this special provision in the 2026 budget because we had issues with COA. And of course, the question here is always the absorptive capacity of NEA. And I would like to assure the committee that we are ready on the absorptive capacity. However, we were stymied by some COA AORs prohibiting us to use our engineering and administrative overhead funds to hire additional personnel to validate all the deployment, especially of the photovoltaic mainstreaming. Ma'am, I mean, it's been obvious that the photovoltaic mainstreaming are, ma'am, sa bundok yun, no? And we need a lot of people to validate the installation of the electric cooperatives. And with that, ma'am, we submitted in our presentation some special provisions that we wish that it be included in the GAA. Secretary Amina also is aware, and she told me that she will also work for that because she saw the need for NEA to hire additional personnel, field engineers, ma'am, to validate all the deployments that we're doing right now, especially on the photovoltaic mainstreaming. We always consider that and espouse that as the game changer, ma'am. Thank you.
May you please share with us po, Admin, Sec Sharon, if you may please share with us po the proposed wording for that special provision so the committee may take it under consideration.
Yes, ma'am.
Madam Chair, can I be recognized?
Yes po, Representative Dago.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In the proper time, Madam Chair, I will be the one moving that in the proper time because there are still other special provisions that we will introduce, including that of the Energy Regulatory Commission budget. For example, we will be introducing a special provision na I hope the chair will support us na the ERC will be authorized, no, to use a portion, even a little portion of their collection from fees and charges na magagamit nila kasi 60% yung problema natin sa cost of electricity, ang bottleneck nasa ERC. Kung magtagal yung mga power supply agreement, tatamaan consumers. Magtagal yung mga capex, tatamaan consumers, natumba na yung poste, hindi pa natin ma-repair. So, we will be introducing special provisions in the proper time, Madam Chair. I hope the Chair will support us on that.
Thank you very much, Representative Tagoc. If I for a request lang po to the DOE family and to the Honorable Tagoc, if you may please submit that as soon as possible, if possible by this week, given that as part of the reforms that we're doing for the budget process in the House, all the proposed amendments would have to go through the Budget Amendments Review Subcommittee. So para po maisalang po natin kaagad sa BARC, i-request ko po sana na if you may, please submit po, Representative Tagoc, the proposed special provisions to be incorporated into the
Kindly, Madam Chair, submit kaagad namin.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Secretary Garin. Admin Almeda, thank you very much. So noted on that, the funding for the Philippine Guardiometric Survey, the prospective additional funding for the electrification program, the special provisions that we may need to put in place. Chairperson Juan, anything po on the side of the ERC?
Madam Chair, we support the manifestation and the request of Kong Search the GOOC on the use of at least a portion of our revenues.
Okay, thank you very much pa. Yes, we'll wait for it po if possible po within 24 hours kaya po ba, Sec? Or by tomorrow, or what is it tomorrow? Wednesday or Thursday po? By Thursday po kaya.
What we can submit, we will submit within 24 hours.
Okay.
We'll tell you what we cannot submit depending on the responses of our agencies. But many of that, ang study, ang electrification, we're prepared with all that and the other documents as well.
Thank you very much po. We'll wait for the document po. Please address it to the Committee on Appropriations po. Kong Serge, likewise din po, please address it po to the Committee on Appropriations. Thank you very much po. I think no more interpellators po, no? Apo. Before we end po, I would like to extend my deepest gratitude to Secretary Garin and to the whole DOE family and to Chairperson Juan and to the whole ERC family. Thank you for accommodating the request of the Committee on Appropriations to move up the scheduled hearing of the DOE and ERC. Given the latest developments po, we had to move around the schedule for this week. So we're incredibly grateful po that you accommodated our request po. Thank you for being so flexible with your time, and thank you po for the effort of being here and for all the invaluable inputs that you have shared to the committee. If there are no other member who wishes to interpolate, may I hear a motion?
Madam Chair, motion to adjourn.
Madam Chair, I move to terminate
Madam Chair, motion to terminate the hearing, budget briefing, hearing
of the Department of Energy, attached agencies, Corporation, and ERC. So move, Madam Chair.
There is a motion to terminate the budget hearing of the Department of Energy and its attached corporations, as well as the Energy Regulatory Commission. It has been moved and seconded. The motion is carried. The budget hearing on the proposed budget of the Department of Energy and its attached corporations, as well as the Energy Regulatory Commission for fiscal year 2026 is hereby terminated.
Thank you. Madam Chair, may I move that we suspend hearing and resume tomorrow, September 3, 9 o'clock. I so move.
There is still an ongoing hearing po. So we'll just suspend this particular. But before we end po and I rule on the motion of the Honorable Hernandez, I would like to commend and say my thanks first to the Department of Energy family, to the Energy Regulatory Commission, and of course to our vice chairs of the Committee on Appropriations who so greatly shepherded the hearing for today. The Honorable Ferdinand Hernandez, our vice chairperson, and the Honorable Jam Baronda, also our vice chairperson of the committee. Thank you very much po, Kong Dinan. Thank you, Kong Jam, and to all the other members present here today. Maraming salamat po. I would like to suspend this particular hearing. Thank you very much, everyone.